brains.
Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody is doing well. I hope everybody had a great weekend. Mine was very, very, very busy, and continued to this morning. But we got everything, I think, got everything taken care of. We could get taken care of. So all good. I did not get a chance to work on too many things for the show, unfortunately, over the weekend. But I did get my automated note system working for the game dev section, because I'm falling behind on getting all that stuff written up. So I built a system that will do part of it for me, which will help quite a bit. So let's see what's going on here. I assure you zombies do not exist. When addressing, yeah, that's me just doing the 20-minute thing. Okay. Let's see things on my list to speak about. Yeah, I mean, zombies exist where they want to exist. If you don't believe in them, they don't care. If you do not believe in zombies, they do not care. So that's actually quite fun. Good morning, Cthulhu. I have my hair pulled back, so I'm having a bad hair day. Lots of humidity. My hair has gone full, just poof. Jumping around like a zombie this morning. Okay, you drink your coffee. So I realized something Friday, and during a conversation this morning, it came up again, so it wasn't just me, is we're running into a problem where there's some confusion between Thor, the god of thunder in our story, and Thor, Jason, my son. So we have to find a way of separating them on our Discord and when we're talking and stuff like that. So for me, I mean, there's two ways we can go. Just call him Jason, which is what I call him, but or to call him Pirate or something like that, so that people realize that we're talking about Thor, the Thunder God, and when we're talking about Loki and Thor and all that stuff. And well, it's actually Nevi. It's actually Jason Thorhall. But yeah, so there's a little bit of confusion there. So we need to come up with something. Another thing that's come up is, I realize that there's people that don't like Jason. Great. Understand that. Human beings don't have to like everybody. However, I don't want it on my Discord. If you have issues with Jason, go to his Discord and talk about it there. And but so, because in all honesty, I don't think a lot of it's justified, and it's just going to piss me off. So You know, I think he's doing the best job that he can with the things that he does, and I think he's fantastic at it. And haters going to hate, but we don't want to hear it here. Go hate to yourself. What did I miss? Something in between the drops today. No, I'm just off today because I had to get up very early and help Frigga with some things. So I'm a little bit off, and my hair is not cooperating. Thorson? So he would be Thorson Wells. No, not your Joy's son. No. But it is something that we have to be aware of, that there is a little bit of confusion going on, and we'll do our bet. Pirate would be good, yeah. Or Jason would be good. You know, because to me, he's Jason, my son. Thor is basically the person he plays on television, for lack of a better way to put it. And I think that's understandable. You know, to me, he's always just Jason, my son. So your joy comes from it's an anagram of my name. My name is Joey Ray, one word, and it's just a rearranging of those letters to make your joy. Because probably about 20 years ago, I was playing with an anagram program just because I thought it was fun, and put my name in it, and that came up. And I'm like, oh, wow, I'll have to remember that. So I put it in the back of my mind, and when I started this, it just kind of fit. So that's what we use. Let's see. I mean, was someone dissing Thor? Not general, not that I'm aware of. It's just I know that it's been happening a lot in the outer world, and I just want to make sure that people understand that it's not appreciated nor will be tolerated here. That's all. Pretty much that simple. Someone took a shot at it last week, and it got me thinking about it. So, you know, so we will not. Yeah, we don't need that here. And and I hope that he doesn't allow it on his servers as well. Um, so yeah, there's no place for it. You don't like him, you don't like me, don't listen, don't come visit. Pretty much that simple. Woot woot. Hmm. Okay, so let's go into shirt of the day, the Rolling Stones. It was funny because when I was driving Freya and her daughter to school this morning, we realized the Rolling Stones. The comment that came up from Frigg was that what deal did the Rolling Stones make with the devil to be basically the last band standing at this point, with Roger Daltrey claiming or announcing, I guess he announced he has throat cancer. So the Who is gone now. Queen is gone. Bowie's gone. Aerosmith is gone. You know, nobody, I never expected the Rolling Stones to be the last band standing. Now, Ozzy's still around, you know, and I think he has a big concert in Birmingham coming up, but I may be wrong on that, but I thought I heard something about that. You know, but all of the bands from when I was in high school, yeah, all of them are gone or out of business. The Police are gone. I don't think does Sting still even sing? I don't even know. You know, so yeah, it's kind of sad. The, no, there's no need for violence in any way, shape, or form, guys. I personally really admire how Parrot Software works, and imagine you played a big part in making him how he is. Do you think you would ever enjoy a conversation around parenting and your views on it? Um, we could probably have one day. What I might do is bring Frigg in because she is a nanny, and she's been a nanny for many, many, many years. You know, and I think she has a lot of really cool concepts when it comes to kids and stuff like that. But I'm always. You asked me a question about parenting, and I'm more than happy to answer it. But I don't know about an official interview. We'll see about that specific topic. I think we could throw a lot more topics in there because I've said it on here, and I'll say it again now: is I was not the perfect parent. 100% not. I had a lot of support from Laura and some other people, and I could not have done it without them. And I do appreciate the help that they gave me years and years and years ago. I could interview one day with questions from the community. Maybe it might be a way to do it. Because all you're going to get is the guy that we showed in the interview from 2012. So, all right. So we're going to move on to the movie of the day. Funny. Okay, let's see. Oh, and I also did look into really small laser engraving over the weekend. I did do about a 20-minute search for a real tiny laser engraver. So I really want to make that happen. I think that what we discussed on Friday would actually be kind of cool. And the jeweler's eyepiece, they're not as expensive as I thought they would be. Okay. No parents 100% perfect because in all honesty, we don't train people to be parents. So I don't think anyone really trains people to be parents. They throw a book at you and say, try this. Movie of the day. Today's movie is the original Westworld from 1973, a sci-fi thriller set in a futuristic amusement park where robots programmed to entertain visitors begin malfunctioning. Yeah, this was, if I remember correctly, and I forgot who, let me look up here real quick who wrote the original Westworld, because it was truly an original idea. It wasn't based on a book. It wasn't based on anything like that. It was an original idea. This is way before the TV show. This is, geez, 40 years after before the TV show. In fact, what's funny is Josh Brolin, who is Thanos, his dad was in this movie. He was one of the main stars in this movie way back in the day. James Brolin, Josh Brolin's daddy. He was Thanos' dad. Yeah, Yul Brynner and all them, but it's a really good movies. Yeah, but the original author, if I remember, yeah, it was Michael Crichton. Michael Crichton wrote it and directed it, and it was an original. It was an original concept and idea, so wasn't based on a book, wasn't based on anything like that. Just let's try it. Yeah. Yes, parenting is hard. It's a complex balance between doing what's good for your kid, making sure they're happy and have everything they need, all while making sure they don't grow up to be douches. Yep. If you get 2/3 tending, you're pretty much happy. Yeah, that's pretty much all it is. Because I'm sure that if you talk to the boys, they'd say, "Dad did this, Dad did that." But hopefully they understand that I always was trying to do my best. Maybe not always succeeded, but I did try. Yeah, the Westworld series came out in 2016. This movie came out in 1973. So yeah, please don't say daddy like that. Okay, I'm not sure what you meant by that. So, okay, boop, boop, boop. So yeah, if you can find a copy of the original movie, please go out and see it. I think you will really enjoy it because you can see where it all kind of came from and where everything fell apart. It is very early 70s filmed, so there is a definite early 70s look to it. Moon. It's not like I said, "Oh, daddy," but but yeah, I hope I was a decent dad. We'll see. I don't know. Thor and Loki seem to turn out okay. Okay, we are at this part here. Let me make sure that this is up and running. Okay. From the far outside, it looks like you did a wonderful. Yeah, I mean it's you have to, number one, bring your kids up to be able to live in the real world. To have, for me, it was making sure they had a sense of humor, had some sarcasm to them, and then could defend themselves verbally, as well as, put them in karate classes and soccer and all those things that you do, all those kind of things, because high school ain't easy, but look on the bright side. At least he's following his dad now. Oh, is he? Didn't know he wasn't. Didn't know he was. No, that's another thing is I don't expect Jason or his brother to follow me and or do anything. It's like someone was complaining that he hadn't rated us. I'm like, so if he doesn't want to rate us, that's fine. I'm not calling him going, why aren't you rating us? But it's his choice. It's just like us. I mean, we do rate him now and then, but it's because it's voted on that he gets rated. Not that I'm like, oh, I must rate my son. Both he and Ferret Software get a good chunk of our raid time, so to speak. Yeah, he's a pretty busy guy. So he's going from thing to thing, and not always not. God, that would have sounded horrible. I wouldn't say that. He plans things out as best he can, and it's not easy to always keep on your schedule. I came off my schedule hard this weekend, and I did get a few things done. One of the things I did get done is the ability now to take the game dev section of our show and take the audio recording of it, and then have it transcribed and summarized and bullet points and stuff like that for it all automatically. So that's pretty cool. All I have to do is just cut out that section and put it in my Google Drive, and all that happens automatically now. We found his account in your Joy Discord. Cool. It was just a gray name. Oh, that's because he's probably offline. Means that he wasn't following. After the big influx of artists, he started following. Cool. Yeah, there's a lot of things about the art thing, and I take complete responsibility for that. I think that I didn't write a description good enough for what it was we were trying to do, and it came off as something else. And it may have been too soon to ask to have it put up on his servers. So I take complete responsibility for that too. That is completely my mess up. I think we needed to keep that more in house, and we'll talk a little bit about that, because one of the things I want to talk about is eventually, and we'll talk about it probably later today or even now. I mean, we do have to play WarCraft, but we'll play that in a minute. Is I know that I'm way behind on creating emotes and icons and stuff like that for the show. So I'm gonna ask just our people that are here, that are here every day. If you have ideas for emotes and stuff like that, send them over. Let's take a look at them. We can add you to the emotes list, and it gives you guys an opportunity to also help um, pull all those kind of things together. Because as you can see, when Savvy created her emotes, we were able to take those and animate them and make some cool stuff from them. And yeah, if you guys have ideas, draw them up and send them over. You know, I don't know. I don't know about. I fall into this weird dilemma because I want to be able to compensate people for the work they're doing, but unfortunately, in this moment in time, I can't. But I'm hoping that as we grow and stuff like that, I'll be able to do that. How was streaming for the first time? When you had an 8K viewer, because that was overwhelming. OC, in all honesty, the first day streams, number one, huge technical issues the first day, and completely lost the actual stream, the recording of the stream, and then just an inundation of people was really, really hard. I think that if Thor were to raid us, we would be extremely overwhelmed. So but as we're getting better at it, I think, zombies coming up, we're getting a zombie raid. As I get better at it and we build more infrastructure around it, eventually it probably will happen, but that's completely up to him. Well, Sparta, if you have ideas, just send a list over, and I will see what I can do about finding time to draw some of them up. We're now what? This is the 23rd week, I think it is. Let me look up here. Yeah, the 23rd week. So I can't use the I'm a beginner thing. I mean, I know you guys said that technically I can use I'm a beginner until the first year's over, but we'll see. I still feel like I know 10% of what I need to know to actually do this all right. Are your sub alerts on? They should be. Did something not come up? Let me see if, yeah, it looks like it's on. Did I miss something? There's nothing in the event feed. We got a sub. Where is it? I'm looking for it in chat so I can at least call them out, because I apologize. I miss them sometimes. Oh, Knitting Knots. Thank you very much for the sub. Okay, I don't know if I account for converted subs. I didn't know that. Let me see. What kind of subs do we account for in? Let me look at this and then we'll play wild, because I was waiting for the zombie to go through. Okay, where's our sub list? That's the zombie. Followers, subs. Okay, so we got subs. We got resubs, gifted subs. I didn't know, what is converted subs? Okay, well, Nitty Knots, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you, I appreciate it. Interesting. I don't know you could convert. I didn't know that either. I've never heard of that. Whoa. Where's our train? Our train didn't go by. There he is. Okay. Apparently, I don't have it on that screen, it looks like. Let's see. Cyborg Chipmunk, thank you very much for the sub. For the resub. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So let's see. Let me get over here to DOS. Let's get WoW running. Or sorry, WarCraft running. Not WoW. Not WoW yet. We will get there eventually. Oh wow, the screen's all screwed up.
In the Age of Chaos, two factions battled for dominance. The kingdom of Azeroth was a prosperous one. The humans who dwelled there turned the land into a paradise. The Knights of Stormwind and the clerics of North
Nevi, thank you for the 100
far
bits.
and wide,
Nitty
serving
Knots,
the
thank you
king's
for the 100
people
bits.
with honor
Or
and
100
justice.
cheers, or
The well-trained armies
cheers.
of the king maintained a lasting peace for many generations. Then came the
Orcish
Horde.
Horde.
No one knew where these creatures came from, and none were prepared for the terror that they spawned. Their warriors wielded axe and spear with deadly proficiency, while others rode dark wolves as black as the moonless night. Unimagined were the destructive powers of their evil magics, derived from the fires of the underworld.
Don't let him hot lie to you. He knows where we came from. We came from next door. Oh, OC. Chicken. How do chickens become chickens? My first thought in my head was extremely dirty, so we will not go with that one. Chickens, when a mommy chicken and a daddy chicken love each other very much, they make baby chickens. What I think we did, I believe on the progression, we saved 2 progressions. I think the second one was just before I built the wizard house. So I think that's where we're going to start today. Because I think that what I need to do, and this is what I completely screwed up, is yes, I need to put the guys up to watch the area, but I need to surround all of our warlocks or wizards, whatever they are, with archers to protect them. Yeah, I did family friendly, please. When a mommy chicken and a daddy chicken love each other very, very much, they go into a little chicken hut, and then they come out with eggs, and those eggs become chickens. Okay, so let's see if this gets us where... No, this is not where we wanted to save. All right, let's go back. I think the first one is the one we wanted to go with. This one. Yes, because he was just coming over to build the tower.
We're being attacked! We're being attacked! The humans draw near.
Okay.
Battlers.
I think that will be good. Let's get everybody back up here. But what we need to do is, once we have this,
Work complete.
we need to more gold. Okay. Santu, thank you very much for the 100 cheers. Come on. How much do we need? Oh, 500. Okay. What are you? You can go here.
Your command, Master.
Heh. Thank you for the hype train. I appreciate it. Okay, we have one of those. We don't need that. Should we? No. Let's do this. Let's start. Okay, so we'll start building archers like crazy, basically. Protect our peons.
Dabu. Dabu. Your command, Master. Your command, Master. Lothar.
Just got to pull out a lot of gold. And if we take archers and protect our warlocks, that could probably get us where we really want to get.
The pale dogs approach. Your command. Attack! Dabu. Dabu. The humans draw near. Backlash.
Thoughts on good versus evil, JR token style versus
Your
power.
command, Master. Lothar. Dabu. Backlash. Your command, Master.
Okay. Now we just need a shit ton of gold.
Your command, Master. We're being attacked! Your command, Master.
Okay, we're screwed.
The pale dogs approach. We're being attacked! Backlash. Backlash.
Okay, we're restarting.
The final march to King Lane's home, Stormwind Keep, is at hand. Only two pathetic settlements stand in the way of the awesome juggernaut your cruel leadership has created. The humans have proved to be amusing opposition, but the hour of doom has come for them. The complete and utter demolition of the Twin Cities, Goldshire and Moonbrook, will sever the lifeline between the king and his people, making him a figurehead waiting to be lopped off.
Okay.
Lothar. Dabu. Lothar. Your command, Master. Dabu. Dabu. Your command, Master. Dabu. Lothar. Work complete. Dabu. Backlash.
So when the guys become uninvisible, they always seem to become uninvisible right here. So I think I'm going to move the tower to another section. I don't know, it just makes sense to move it.
Work complete.
Yeah, 4,000, okay, 1,400 rather. Why is he standing around?
Lothar. Dabu. Your command, Master. Backlash. Luke. Dabu.
Okay, so if we put it here, and they always appear here first, that might save us some pain and suffering. Mission is rough. If I recall, I had to...
Your command, Master.
Come on, one more. Oh, let's put it here. No.
Work complete. Battle. Damu. Battle. Blotar. Work complete. You're a man, master. Blotar. Blotar.
That figures.
The humans draw near. Battle.
Yeah, that's not good. Okay, so.
Battle. Work complete. Your command, master. Battle. Your command, master. Your command, master. Battle. Battle. command, Master. Backlash. Your command, Master. Backlash. Your command, Master. Loktar. Backlash. Your command, Master. Loktar. Your command, Master. Luke.
Okay, so those guys buffed up should help quite a bit. We need to get 3K so we can get demons.
Your command, Master. Luke.
Oh, that's not going to help. Well, that did help a little bit.
Luke.
Okay, those are at full power. I don't know if I should do that yet. No, I gotta do this other thing first, and then I can. Come on, peon, I need ya.
Your command, Master.
Oh, we're screwed again. Okay, I keep fucking up. Oh, sorry about my language.
Backlash. No time. The pale dogs approach. We're being attacked! Your command, Master. Dabu, your command, Master. Backlash. Luke. Your command, Master.
All these guys gotta go. Is he gonna get to him in time? Probably not.
The humans draw near. Being attacked! Dabu. Backlash. Backlash. The pale dogs approach. Luke. No time. The humans draw near. Backlash. Your command, Master. Your command, Master. Backlash. Backlash. The pale dogs approach. Humans draw near. Master. Your command, Master. Lothar. Luke. Your command, Master. Attacked! Your command, Master. Luke. Your command, Master. The Pale Lord
Getting a little bit better. I think we're on the kind of right track if we keep all the guys up there. Keep all the archers around these guys protecting them. And then keep pumping out demons to send up to back up the other two.
Master.
I think we'll do pretty well.
Battlers.
Yeah, because those guys are going to run out soon, so we need to send up the reinforcements. Okay, yeah, I think that's going to work. That makes sense, but we will see. This guy's probably going to die soon. Yeah, he's going to almost out of power, but we have 3 now. And if we can keep the archers and stuff protecting these guys, we should be okay to keep pumping those guys out and sending them up there. Park this guy over here so he just gets all the peons as they're coming by. Because that's what kind of took us out last time, was we didn't account for the peons keep rebuilding crap. Don't just let him walk past you.
Your command. The humans draw near.
Come on.
Little dog. Dog.
Because it looks like they have another staging up area up here, which is after I take out all these buildings, I'll go up to that staging area and then just keep them in control there until we get a whole new fresh set of demons to send up there. Because a couple of these guys will be out of it soon. But we can come up here to where this staging area is and get rid of that so that they only get trickles in there. So yeah, that's pretty good.
Backlash. Backlash.
Bring these guys up here.
The pale dogs approach.
Oh, that's what all the archers are for. Yep. Pretty sure that this is the town should be right here. Much power, okay. Not much magic left here, so we need more demons. This guy's gonna die off soon. Yeah, but we'll have 4 that we can march into town with, or we can march in with these 4 and see what happens. At least use them while we can. Oh, I didn't realize the town was that close. But, okay. Nice to know. Okay, well, let's see if we can take these guys and... No, it's not gonna work, is it? Well, it might. We have a save so we can try some things. Maybe not draw as many out at once. We'll have 2 more in a minute. Soon we'll have an ongoing supply of demons. So if we can get these guys all to... Yeah, that's actually good. We can take these guys through the town and destroy it, and then we should be done with this level. So let's start with these guys. Yes, we got most of the horsemen kind of beat up and done. So let's see what else we got going in here. We got 2 backups coming in. Actually, no, we should get rid of important buildings first. Did they really? God dang it. Thank you very much for the sub. Stuff Tiger Hobbs. Thank you very much for the sub. Get rid of some of this other stuff. Bring our other 2 in. See how many more we can send up. are they just standing around? They're persistent. I'll give them that. Peons just appearing out of nowhere. Okay. Alrighty, so that was the trick that we missed last time, is I needed to protect all of our warlocks so that they could do their job. So let's save. Okay.
If only these worthless humans could fight as well as they die.
Okay, so we made 107 units. Yeah, I think that's what the problem was last time, is I wasn't protecting the wizards and they kept dying, and then I had to keep remaking them, and then on and on and on. Let's go back to here just for a second so that I can see what you guys are talking about, because I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. I think this is going to end up being a long one. You'd need archers to defend your base, a few wolf riders defend your catapult to push out, or we could defend our warlocks and make demons, and then just have demons walk all over the map. Good morning, Devil King. Yeah, I just need to find things, because I wish that I could have did it, because the first time we tried it, I tried it with archers and catapults. That didn't work, and then I just forgot that demons were really, really good tanks. So yeah, they don't last long, but if you use them right, you can walk all over everything. Yeah. Needs a nerf. Well, they don't last long, and I think that's the thing is, but if you can protect your warlocks and just keep pumping them out, it's just they're unstoppable. So yeah, but we got through a level 11, which means there's only one more orc. Yeah, there's only one more orc campaign. And we'll start it here in a second, because we still have some time on our time. Oh, jeez. I forgot that when I switched to this, the timer resets. So I think we had about 20 minutes left on the timer. So we'll go to 40 after. Okay, let's go back to, I forgot how the timer works, and now it's back to, yeah, we'll just do 20 minutes more, and then we should be good for today, and then we'll go on to DJs and then GDs. If I could find my mouse. There it is. Okay.
Stormwind Keep is ours to take. The orcish hordes gather like buzzards to carrion as the moment of destiny is close at hand. A low growl fills the air as your wolf riders whip their savage mounts into a frenzy. The earth shakes as catapults are loaded and moved into position. The fires of the burning rubble about you dance in your eyes as you gaze upon the pristine white towers of Castle Stormwind. White that will soon be washed with the red of King Lane's blood. With his fall,
yes,
all
you did.
of
I need
Azeroth
no
will
name.
be
Yes, you did.
yours.
And my last map peep for the orcs. Very last map piece up in the top left corner. All right, so we got trees there. We still only have, we have 4 peons. Okay. Well, this is going to be an exploratory because we need to find out where everything is. See if we can find a close by gold mine. Ah, yeah, that's pretty close by. What do you think? What do we set up for here? 2 more. So we're going to need to build some roads. Can he summon a demon? I don't think so. Oh, I got this guy too. Holy armor. Raised dead. Dark vision. Okay. Get that up. We need to build Hamster Hammer. Thank you very much for the follow. We're playing a little bit of WarCraft, original WarCraft today. We are on the last orc level, which is pretty much just exploratory because we've got about 20 minutes left on today's WarCraft playing. So right now we're just kind of checking things out, seeing what's around because I don't remember the map. So let's see what we can see. This will lead to the top of the map. Which means there's probably a bridge here, more than likely. Yep. But is it the only bridge? I don't know. Let's find out. Since we're basically just doing exploratory for tomorrow, because we're not going to be able to finish this today, I don't think. We may sacrifice a few guys. Ah, Another bridge. Is there any road going right? That doesn't appear to
Being
be.
attacked!
Ouch. Okay. Let's do this. Where's him? Can he do it? Okay, so where is he going? Where are you going? Buddy, come back over here. Okay, so it's good to know that we can do demons. We're going to send him down here just for fun. Like I said, since we only have about 14 minutes left, we'll just send him down here, see what kind of trouble he can cause. Since he doesn't last very long, so. Apparently that's the kind of trouble he can cause. Not much.
Backload.
So if we have guys up here at this bridge, where are those guys coming from?
The humans draw near. Your command, Master. Being attacked! Your command, Master.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one tomorrow.
The pale dogs approach. We're being attacked.
So we definitely have two. Pat and Bob's pathing is not working well today.
Your command, Master.
Here comes their water guy.
Look. Lothar. Your command, Master. Lothar. The humans draw near.
Yeah, that's a problem. Okay. So yeah, so tomorrow I need to come up with an idea of what to do. Obviously defend the town while we build it up. And see what we can bring to the party.
Bring attack!
Hmm. Our last peon will save us. So, but for tomorrow now we know. 2 bridges.
Your command, Master.
If we can get some good bridge stuff going, we actually should be fine. We do have to find where the wizards are congregating. In fact, let's
Dogs approach. We're being attacked.
let's do that now. Let's go over here because they're obviously coming from this side.
The humans draw near.
They're obviously coming from over here. So let's go check over what's on this side of the bridge. You know, last couple of minutes for the day, and then yeah, go from there. And we will save and start over tomorrow. It seems like there's a staging area over here somewhere. Keep going. Oh well. Yeah, so they're going right for our peons every time.
We're being attacked. Your command, Master. Butler.
Okay.
You pitiful worm! Your defeat may mean the loss of our war against the humans.
A day without Bill Roper calling me a pitiful worm would be a good day. Oh, too funny. Okay, no. Alrighty, let's get out of this. Go back to just me here. Let me turn this off. So tomorrow we will, oops, sorry, it won't let me do it that way. I need to do it the other way so it does it right. And you quit to DOS. Okay. Now we can cut. Now we can kill it. All right. Awesome. Awesome blossoms. Okay, sorry I wasn't paying attention. I was playing. I need to look up convert on that Twitch thing for subs to see if there's a, let's take a quick look here. Twitch subs. Is there a convert? Counter rollover. Subscriptions. Resubscribes. Prime paid upgrades. Gifted subs. We got those. Maybe the prime grade upgrade is the convert. Yeah, we'll put it up there and see what happens. See what I have to click on here. Oh, it doesn't do anything. Okay. We'll see if that fixes it. Okay. What if Bill Roper called you now on stream and personally conveyed his disappointment in your loss? I would laugh. And he probably could. I know he's up and about. The one I'm waiting to hear from is I need to hear from Glenn. Let me see what Glenn's doing. Let me pop a note over to Glenn. Welcome to Monday. We find out what's going on with that, and that should be good for that. All right. Oh, yeah. I'm Glenn and his son are doing a little bit of work for me. So, or Glenn's son is doing a little bit of work for me, and then Glenn is supervising. So we will get that. Flynn, are you Bill Roper? I don't know what Bill Roper goes by on these things, so it might be. Would be funny. Okay, these are really impressive. Yeah, there's some art in there. I haven't had a chance to review it, but we'll go over that at the end of the week, so that we can find out what's cool, what we think is cool. So we'll do some reviews of that. Let's see. We are making sure everything is set for our next section. I woke up way too early today, so my brain is not 100% focused, as it usually is, as it pretends to be. How about that? Is that better? So, wait, did that say rank designer? In what? In the credits? We can look at the credits again. Let's see, producer, executive producer, Macintosh, blah, 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 programmers, Macintosh, artists, 3D artists, manual design, Roper, illustrations. Colin Murray is missing from the illustrations for the manual. Relations, marketing, sales, all insurance. Kratos, bum, 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 bum. Thanks twos. Jan and Bob. Jan and Bob are awesome. Bobo. The Batman. No, there's no, I'm not sure what you were talking about in regards to the designer thing. So, okay, I never got into WoW, but is that The Lich King mask in the background. Yes, that is my 20-year helm. We're working 20 years at Blizzard. It's real heavy, so I gotta be careful. This is one of the original 5 made by Weta, and they weigh a frickin' ton. I don't know how they make the new ones, but I saw one and it has some blue on it here and on the sides and stuff, but this thing is very clumsy to hold, and you could kill someone with it quite easily. But yeah, that is what you get for working 20 years at Blizzard. So yeah, go get the job. Work 20 years. Yeah. Put this back. If you don't put it on just right, it will fall off and hurt something. God dang it. Now my chair's stuck. Okay, got it. Yeah. I never play again. Yeah. So at Blizzard, when you work 5 years, you get a sword, which is the sword back here. The handle's broken, so I have to have it fixed. When you work 10 years, you get the shield, which is the shield back there. 15 is the ring, which I wear. I've worn every day for, oh geez, 18 years? Wow. And then 20 for the helm, which is actually falling. Give me just a second. All right. And then I did, let's see, 23 and a half, almost 24. Yeah. Okay. Can you explain Shannon her white chocolate grips? No, I cannot. That was a personal thing between her boyfriend who worked at Blizzard and her. So I cannot explain that. You could kill someone. Yeah, it is heavy. The original 5, in fact, when we first reached 20 years, they weren't done yet. So what we used to do in WoW, what the artists used to do in WoW, was when we were making WoW, Shane DeBerry was one of the producers. I think he was the art producer, if I remember correctly. And in order to get his attention to stuff that wasn't done yet, that we would do what they used to call the Shane Cube. And I think I can find one online here, because they were very popular at one point and people laughed about them. Let me see if I can find one. And I do have my Shane Cube, but it's basically, let me see if I can find a picture of the actual cube, because the picture is there, but the picture that's on it, but I don't see an actual Shane cube. But it was just a picture of Shane DeBerry to draw his attention to pieces of art that were missing, and it was funny. It was mostly because it was funny. So because Weta hadn't finished the helms, because they were working on a Lord of the Rings movie. God, we're not that important, but that's okay. But they weren't done yet, so they gave us the Shane cube. And that's what was awarded to us at the dinner, or at the Christmas party, because we give the awards out at the Christmas parties. Let me see if there's a picture of one here somewhere. We put Shane Cube. Wow. That might do it. And all we got were these cardboard boxes with Shane's picture on it, on each corner of the box. I'm seeing if I can find the actual picture. It said it was on this page, but I'm not seeing it. Okay. So if we go to, let me pull a page up. Is that a window? Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can do it here. Yep. Okay. So this was the picture that was on the Shane cube, and in the alpha, every piece of art that wasn't finished was a cube, and Shane's face was on it. So they gave us Shane cubes when we got our, which was absolutely hilarious. It made me laugh pretty good. For our 20-year, because the art wasn't done yet. But this was the picture on each side of the cube, and then they cut a hole in the bottom of the box so that we could wear them as hats. And I'll have to dig out the picture of us all, the original 5 of us that were still at the company at 20 years, of all of us with our Shane Cubes hat on, Shane Cube hats on. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Maybe I can set up a search in the background, and if it comes up, I can bring it up and show it to you guys. But it was really good. Although I had much shorter hair then. But yeah, so that was the picture on the Shane Cube. Yes, the sword is right underneath the mask, and it's snapped. Yeah. Because in the very first swords, which we were the first ones to get swords, they just bought swords offline at the time, because we were just we weren't Blizzard, but we were they came out of the idea, because we were called to a meeting with CUC, which owned us at the time, because Davidson Associates, I believe, merged with HFS and created CUC or something like that. So they called us all up to a meeting, and in this meeting they gave us these little CUC tie pins for 5 years of service. And on the way back down to the Blizzard office, we came up with the idea of swords instead of, because none of us wore ties, so it was like, okay, yeah. So the idea of swords came up. So they bought these little $100 swords off of from someplace, and gave us. We all got swords instead, and that was pretty cool. And then that led to the shields, which, in all honesty, this is not the first shield that came out. I don't have the first shields here. It's in California. But a first one was just basically a piece of 10. Not a piece of 10. The artist that worked on it did a really, really good job. And they were blue with the gold lion painted on them, and they were all painted up. And he did a really, really good job. But then when the Lordaeron's shields were made, they replaced it. They never replaced our swords though, but they did replace the shield with the newer shield. See, so see you. Oh, okay. Okay, but can you explain? No, I cannot. Personal joke between a man and his woman. Not my. Who would kill someone with it? Okay, yeah. The sword is right under. Yep. We talked about that. I think Thor was using one when he was playing WarCraft because he knew about that glitch. Okay. Was Samwise. Was Samwise one of the original 5? Yes, he was. He was number 4. I was number 3. I mean, make sure the mask is well in place, because if it falls, it will snap the sword into another piece. Yeah. Super cool. I will say this, and Mr. the Stenwick, I'm very proud of my work at Blizzard. Extremely proud of what we were able to accomplish. And also extremely proud of what we were able to grow into. When I started, I mean, I was supposed to be there for a 5-week contract, to do the cars for Rock and Roll Racing. And I ended up being there 23 and a half years. That's pretty good. I thought that was a pretty good run, and I did my best to bring as many people into the Blizzard I knew, and sometimes it turned out good, sometimes it didn't. Some people weren't inclined to have that much humor at work, shall we say. I'll just say it that way, because I am very sarcastic. I think absolutely everything is funny, even things that people don't think are funny. More than likely, I'll think it's funny, or my brain will find something funny in it. And yeah, that's just the way I am. That's why Frigg and I get along so well, because she's the same way. Is everything is funny. I've been there. I've hired people that turned out not to be good choices. Yeah, I mean, the culture. If you have people that cannot live in the culture, and I will not say that every department in Blizzard had the best culture. However, the way that I was brought up in Silicon and Synapse in Blizzard, when Blizzard was very, very young and we were Silicon and Synapse first, is that's the way I wanted. That's what attached me to Blizzard. And that's what made me want to go to work every day. And I wanted to make that same environment for my people. And 99% of the time, I did a good job of it. You know, the other 1%, I screwed up royally. But, you know, all you can do is try. Okay, let's get over to our next section because am I running late? I can't tell because my clock is off. But here we are. Dad joke time. Let me get everything up so I can see it. Got my list. Let's oh, I forgot to put our starting time into Discord. Give me just a second while I drop that in there. Announcements. Now announcing dad jokes. We got them all away. Weird dad jokes. I'm kind of loopy, but that's okay. No more to say, but dad jokes. Okay. There we go. That is made. Okay, use the short one. I'm good with that. All right, that will be saved for later. And welcome. Welcome. I got my snacks. Snack is here today. Today's snack is Nutter Butter Peanut Butter Sandwich Bites. So have another Nutter Butter Peanut Butter Sandwich cookie. Rix. Hey, Rix. All right. So let us get the logo downs. Get all the things up. We do need our timer. Time for timer. Okay, why are you doing that? Why you do that to me? Huh? Okie dokie. And our timer should have come up, but that's not the right one. We want the other one. No, it should have been this one. That's weird. Okay, there it is. There we go. That'll do. That'll do, pig. Fatherly jokes. Good day from Argentina. Very nicely done. The wedding was amazing. Did you get married, Hamster Hammer? Or was there a big, like, formal wedding everybody's supposed to know about that I have no clue on? Yeah, we have ads starting in a minute, so we're going to hold off on the first joke until ads are done. I came to my best friend's wedding. Oh, cool. I've seen the movie. Everything is set. Zombie's going to come up in about 20 seconds, so we'll hold off on starting the first one. And then we will continue on our way. That wasn't me. Been married 25 years. Wow. Nicely done. Congratulations. And congratulations to your friend. I hope they're having a lovely time. And boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I completely understand that. You have to every now and then turn around and go, "You like me, right?" You hear me crunching in the background. Another thing, because the temperature is jumping so much, eventually I have to bring the fans back to blow air into this room because the computers make it way too warm in here. Mm. The Cadence 18. Interesting. Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my computer doesn't like me at all. But I play it against the other two that are in this room. Probably a good thing, probably a bad thing. I don't know. But since the streaming computer we're on right now got the new case, the other computers are not very happy about it. So I may have to get the same case for them. Well, maybe one of them. I think that one over there is actually pretty happy. Mm-hmm. It's just this one has so many pretty lights. Alrighty, here we go. I was getting the case for my new PC this weekend. Oh, cool. Yeah, I ended up having to order mine because I went into a Best Buy and I said, yeah, I'm looking for a case for my computer. So they sent me over to like the little padded cases that you can put laptops in. I'm like, no. I like a case to build things in. So that was silly. So I ended up just having to order it online. All right, here we go with the first joke of today. Here we go. Let's see how you guys do. Last week, you guys had your first shutout, which means I got 0. Fry's. Oh, I miss Fry's. Yeah, we used to do launches at Fry's in Orange County, California. That's where we used to do most of the launches. We have, and they'd let us set up like stages and bands and stuff like that. So we had actually really, really good time there, but eventually that went away. And then we moved over to the Irvine Spectrum with GameSpot for a couple of years. I don't know what they do now. So yes, I had to explain to them that that's what I was looking for, that I was looking for a case, not a bag for a laptop or a case for a laptop. We had one out here in Anaheim. Yeah. I remember the Anaheim store as well. Love that one. Yeah, that one was much better than the one that was in Fountain Valley, which was the one off of the 5, I believe it is. Or was it the 405? It was 405. Yeah. Alrighty then, here we go. As I say that once again, why shouldn't you fundraise at marathons? Why shouldn't you fundraise for marathons? And I can talk. I speak well. Why shouldn't you fundraise for marathons? I'm in Lake Elsinore. Oh, cool. So it was a trek just to get there. Oh, wow. Yeah. Or take a highways. Fun as hell. When I lived in San Juan as a kid or in high school, San Juan and Dana Point, we used to go out the Ortega Highway every single weekend. Second bridge, diving off the bridge. Because a fundraiser is a sprint. Well, why shouldn't you fundraise for marathons? Nice try, Sparta. Nope. They just take the money and run. Cthulhu is correct. Let us stop the timer. Why shouldn't you fundraise for marathons? They just take the money and run. Yes, they just take the money and run. So let's see. Cthulhu gets the very first soda for your team. Vikings, please give Cthulhu your soda, and please enjoy the meaty goodness. Alrighty then. Moving on to a good song though. Take the money and run. Ooh, take the money and run. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You got that one. Cool. All right. Number 2. What do you call it? What do you call it when a cat stops? What do you call it when a cat stops? Okay, that'll help. What do you call it when a cat stops? Sneedling is correct. What do you call it when a cat stops? Let's stop the timer. What do you call it when the cat stops? It is called a pause. That is correct. Sneedling gets you guys your second soda. Yeah, probably a good thing. Because I got news for you, Sparta. Automod's watching you constantly. I know, Nevi, it is a silly joke, but they're supposed to be. All right. Number 3. Why did the broom decide to go to bed? Why did the broom decide to go to bed? I got too many bots watching me. It always feels like bots are watching me, and I get no privacy. Oh. Why did the broom decide to go to bed? It was tired stiff. Some games even have a picture of a paw print or the pause button. Yeah, that's cute. It was swept off its feet. Oh, how sweet. Nope. Because it got swept into bed. Nope. Bam. Jar has the correct answer. So Jar has the correct answer. Is why did the broom decide to go to bed? It was very sweepy. It was very sweepy. Because Harry Potter said so. Funny. It was very sweepy. because it had sweep dreams. Excuse my guys coming through. Okay, cute. Alrighty, we're on number 4. We have 3 on the table. I still have 0. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, forgot to clear that. All right. What do you call C-3PO when he's being a good listener? What do you call C-3PO when he's being a good listener? Reloading. What do you call C-3PO when he's being a good listener? Here, 3PO. True North. Nicely done. I have to give it to you on that one. You're a little bit off on the spelling, but I think that I have to give it to you on that one. So let's stop this. Let's go. What do you call C-3PO when he's being a good listener? Here, 3PO. Nothing. He is already attentive. Really? I know. Hey. Sorry, True North. You were right. I always love it because True North, you have a tendency sometimes to put question marks at the end of them where you seem to be doubting yourself, but you end up getting it right. So, kind of give you. Oh, Jar gets ready to leave. I'm sorry. If you didn't like that one, you're probably not going to like all the rest of them either. But we will see. We have 4. No, I didn't put your can out. Sorry about that. That's why we do that. Thank you, Vikings. Vikings a little slow today. Let's clear this. Alrighty then, here we go. What did Darth Vader say when he walked into a vegetarian restaurant? What did Darth Vader say when he walked into the vegetarian restaurant? Oops, wrong place. No, he's not that kind of guy. Where's the beef? I want a Big Mac. Where's the beef? No, that's Burger King. Your lack of lettuce is disturbing. Cute. You are my steak. All I see are vegetables and dead men. Who do I have to choke to get a meat around here? The lack of beef causes the hate to flow through me. I find your lack of steak disturbing. So Cthulhu is correct. I mean, I couldn't give it up here. Melv, you were pretty close, but it was a vegan restaurant. So I think they'd have plenty of lettuce. But Cthulhu did get it right with, I find your lack of steak disturbing. So what did Darth Vader do when he walked into the vegetarian restaurant? I find your lack of steak disturbing. So let us get your 5th can up on the board. Thank you, Cthulhu. Okay, they don't serve steaks in vegan restaurants. And Darth Vader's famous line is, I find your lack of faith disturbing. So therefore he says, I find your lack of steak disturbing. Okay, we have number 6, which means we have 5. Okay, you guys could get your 6-pack on this one. They're running out of lettuce. Cute. Okay, number 6 is, what do you call the greatest hockey player who decided not to play hockey? What do you call the greatest hockey player who decided not to play hockey? A smart guy. A hooky player. Lazy. A puck. The greatest golf coach. The greatest. Because he played hooky like at school. Yeah, I got it. 30 seconds. Retired. Cute. Lame Gretzky. Happy Gilmore. In a second, Cthulhu's going to come up with the exact answer, spelled the exact way. 12. Cute. Ooh, time is up. A dentist. Well, it probably would have been better for him. Okay, get your tables ready. Number 1. Okay, first thing. For the first time in 2 days, meaning Friday and today, I have a soda. The Darth Vader answer was, I find your lack of steak disturbing. Okay, so what do you call the greatest hockey player who decided not to play hockey? Wayne Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky. This needs a stronger flip. It's Wayne Gretzky. Okay, let's see, we have 7, we have 6 on the board. We are correct. Wayne Gretzky. I like that one. That one made me laugh. Okay. What did one bell say to the other? What did one bell say to the other? Nice donger. Cute. Can I give you a ring? Cute. You rang. That's what Lurch says. Lurch from the original Addams Family TV series. No, not today. You guys don't seem to be in sync. Not like you guys were on fire on Friday. Cthulhu is correct. I think there's a misspelling in the one on the screens, but Cthulhu did get the correct answer. Let me give you guys your 6-pack here and then get them to put it on the side. And I will show you 1 6-pack for you guys. Thank you, Vikings. There. So Cthulhu was correct with, what did one bell say to the other? Be my Valentine. And that Al, I think either it was in the spelled wrong in the original, or I accidentally put an L on the end of it, which it shouldn't be there. It's Be My Valentine. Who, me? I have them written down here. Okay, number 8. 7 on the board. Number 8, here it comes. What is at the end of a rainbow? What is at the end of a rainbow? True North is correct. Pause. True North has it correct, so let's give you your soda. Thank you, Vikings. True North is correct with what is at the end of a rainbow? The letter W is correct. Number 9. I figured the trick to not needing to reset your tables, just measure your flips so that the table lands on its own 2 feet. Cute. Its own 4 feet. Okay. Number 9. Why did Star Wars Episode 3 and 4 come before 1 and 3? Why did Star Wars Episodes 3 and 4 come before 1 and 3? Because George Lucas can't do math. Because Yoda was in charge of planning. Because 7, 8, 9. Cute. The writers were drunk. Because nobody taught George Lucas how to count to 10. Why did Star Wars Episodes 3 and 4 come before 1 and 3? 1 through 3. Why did Star Wars Episodes 4 through 6 come before 1 through 3? Oh, time's up. Didn't even notice that. So, why? See if we can get this in before zombies. In charge of directing, Yoda was. That is right. In charge of directing, Yoda was. So I get a can. And then we have an ad zombie here any second. So we will continue with 10 after the ad zombie attack. Close you were. Yes. So close. So. And zombie. He's always got an opinion. But unfortunately, it's always brains. It's all the guy ever thinks about. Oh, kind of weird. Are they farm raised zombies? I have no idea. What are you grazing on today? Okay. So I was grazing on Nutter Butter Peanut Butter Sandwich Cookie Bites. And now I'm grazing on some mini Oreo cookies. Okay, number 10. We should have 9 on the board. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Nutter Butters are awesome. Yes, they are. I've been a fan for a very, very long time. Okay, let's go to number 10, which is, what do you call a can opener that doesn't work? What do you call a can opener that does not work? Ah! This one lost his half. Okay. Double King does have the first one. That is correct. Is a cant opener. It is a cant opener. So let's give you guys your Viking sodas. You get the soda. Okay, this one's probably really going to bother you. So get your tables, get your eye rolls, get all that stuff together. I'm pretty sure one of you might get it, but by the same token, you guys have been flipping tables on both sides lately, so here we go. The question is, what is the sleepiest fruit? What is the sleepiest fruit? Oh, I'm a fruit. I'm so tired. What kind of fruit am I? Banana. Nope. It's shaped like a moon. Cute. An apple. Nope. Really good guess, though. Cthulhu is correct. Stop the timer. What is the sleepiest fruit? An apricot. An apricot. Give you your thing. So we got 11. Yeah, 11. Here, Joe, Viking attack riot. Okay, number 12. Why don't sprinters eat anything before they race? Why don't sprinters eat anything before they race? Why don't sprinters eat anything before they race? Lies. They munch on beans and Brussels sprouts. So this is one of the ones that we're going to have to go with exact wording because you guys got a lot of them that are very, very close. So I have to call the exact wording one. So, and the exact wording one with the time running out here, you guys do get the soda. So let me give you that. It looks like the first one that is exact wording is Albert Mungus. Albert Mungus. Why is correct with why don't sprinters eat anything before they race? Because they fast. Because they fast. We had a lot of they fast. We had some they are fasting. Lots of fasting ones. Because anything isn't food. So because they fast. So Albert, that is your can. Congratulations. Please enjoy the meaty goodness. We should have 12 on the board. We do have 12. We can continue onward. Which American president was the least guilty? Which American president was the least guilty? Reagan. Cute. Abe. Richard Nixon. You have to remember that your answer should be something in a pun format. Taft. You don't hear about Taft that often. Because I would think that you would have the name of the person and then the pun that goes with it. I think that would make sense. Sometimes we get a little too literal and try to shorten the answer. Cthulhu yet again with almost exact wording. Which American president was the least guilty? Abe Lincoln. He was innocent. Abe Lincoln, because he was innocent. Hmm. Okay, so number 14. What do you call it when 4 bullfighters fall into quicksand? What do you call it when 4 bullfighters fall into quicksand? What do you call it when 4 bullfighters fall into quicksand? A slow death. Mm-hmm. Oh, I lost my timer. Where'd my timer go? You accidentally gave the answer. Did I? How did I accidentally get? Oh, okay, yeah. I guess I did. Okay, you guys get it. I was typing something and obviously it hit the next key. Oh well. Let's give you guys your second 6-pack. Beep. Let me finish typing this real quick. Okay. Back over here. I hit the wrong button. Sorry about that. That one I enjoyed. Cool. It's also terrible. Yes, it is. Oh, I get it. It's Spanish. Yes. Numbers. Yes. Okay, let's see. Number 15. So we should have 14. We have 14 on the board. Here is number 15. Why didn't the lady trust the stairs? Why didn't the lady trust the stairs? They were up to something. That is correct. They were up to something. I need no name is correct. Oops, went the wrong way. She thought they were up to something. I need no name is correct. Let's clear this. They're always up to something. That is true. Okay, what do you... Ba-doop, doop, boop, boop. Number 16. What do you get if you copy a picture of a mallard? What do you get if you copy a picture of a mallard? Okay, let's see. If and if need be, I carry on. What? Don't threaten people. A quack copy, a duck, a copy quack. A pair of quackers. Time is up. Time is up. What do you get if you copy a picture of a mallard? A reproduction. A reproduction. Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century. Cute. DuckTales. Woo. The boys used to watch DuckTales every single day. Every day it was on. That's the reproduction from possible pull of Viking colas. Oh, that reminds me. Is that not my soda now? I have 3 today. So far. Thank you very much. We are very close to the end. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 left. I will not be able to catch you, but I am on the board. That would be an interesting deduction. Yes, very nice. What did the banker say to the mallard? That is an interesting deduction. What do you call a sticky mallard? Duct tape. All right, number 17. What kind of foods are the most fun at parties? What kinds of foods are the most fun at parties? I knew that Sparta had to hit that at least once during today's show. Party rings. I have 3 adult boys. They used to watch things like The Furbs, Jimmy Neutron, yeah. Another one was, God, Dexter. Dexter's Laboratory. Yeah. Okay, Automod needs to get his out of the gutter. Yeah, Dexter's Laboratory was fun. Rugrats was another one that they watched constantly. Cow and Chicken is a classic, yeah. Oh, yeah. Johnny Bravo. Yeah. Oh, time's up. See, I distracted you just so I could get another point. Cthulhu, you were late. Time was up. So I will be getting that can. Oop. But that is the correct answer. What kind of foods are the most fun at parties? Fungi. Fun guy. Boop-a-doop-boop. 3 left. What instrument can you find in the bathroom? What instrument can you find in the bathroom? Shaman King. Oh, yeah. Wacky Racers, of course. I love Wacky Racers. Mayonnaise. The scales. A tuba. An ass trumpet. Well, that's kind of true. Yeah. A harp. What? It's a fart joke, Jar. It's a fart joke. Nevi is correct with the tuba toothpaste. Unfortunately, Sneedling, you only said a tuba, which could mean farting, but more precise, Nevi did get a tuba toothpaste. So, yes. So, what instrument can you find in the bathroom? A tuba toothpaste. So you guys do get the Viking soda. Clear that. Okay. So there you go. One more Viking soda for you. Let's see, we're going to 19, so there should be 18 on the board. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Correct. Alrighty then. Fart in a jar. Tweezers. Air freshener. Finger foods. More like tooth bath. Bath tuba. Cute. Monty Python's Flying Circus. Yeah, originally started in 1969, I believe. Comes to mind. Yeah, those are things that we used to watch. We were talking about what kids watch. If you want to go that far back, though, I really liked Laughing was really good too. All kinds of table flips everywhere. We got table flips. Rowan and Martin's Laughing was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Big fan. It's where Goldie Hawn got her big break. She was a dancer, but came out on Rowan and Martin's. The zombie attack's coming here in a second, so I am holding off just momentarily. A tuba toothpaste. Yeah, Ruth Buzzy was hilarious. Yes. Zombies do not like living rooms. A little bit of water. A glockenspiel. Cute. That would hurt. Zambies. We have 2 left to do after the zombie break. Two more. 24 seconds. No time for pterodactyls. I learned of the butt trumpet was from good old Mythbusters. Wish they was still making episodes of it. Yeah. I like Mythbusters. I used to watch all the time. I know that the one guy does have a YouTube channel. The redhead one. Oh, yeah, I forget. One of them does have a YouTube channel. Savage was YouTube channel. Yes, Savage. Okay. Okay, number 19. We have 2 left. Here we go. Why do ballet dancers change their routine right before performances? Why do ballet dancers change their routine right before performances? Adam Savage, yes. To keep public on their toes. Because they are too nervous. To keep them on their toes. Jaxus is correct. To keep them on their toes. Why do ballet dancers change their routine right before a performance? To keep them on their toes. Do you guys get a soda? To break a leg. They need to know how to pivot at a moment's notice. That's a good one too. I like that one. Alrighty, here's our last one. We are 15-4. Yeah, I mean, I got 4 more than I got yesterday, right? I believe yesterday was your very first complete shutout. Yep. Okay, number 20 and final question. Why is a chicken soccer match a bad idea? Why is a chicken soccer match a bad idea? Nice, True North. Chewbacca jokes are always funny. They keep picking the ball. A contemporary dancer. I might let you guys do the call on this one because we got 3 seconds left. All right, so what got banned here? Held a message for a reason, sexual content, blah blah blah, but there doesn't seem to be. I don't know what's picking there. All right, so you guys have a lot of them are very close. There were fouls everywhere. They are just foulers. The key, no, not that one. Too many foulers. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what the. Oh, apparently it doesn't like your emote. Okay, there was okay. Well, the correct answer is this. You guys look at the answers that came through. So why is the chicken soccer match a bad idea? There are too many fouls. We did not have an exact match, but we had some close ones. But the tense is important. So I'm not sure if we got the right tense in the answers that we got. So Rick's, let's look at Rick's. Where's Rick's? The pecking order is mixed up. I don't think that's right. Oh, okay. Too many Fowlers. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're gonna give this soda to Rick's. Rick's, here you go. Here's your soda, which brings your guys' day total to 16. Yep. It's good because you guys all get the soda, so it's all good. But in this particular case, Rick's, you answered for the final soda, so let's have the Vikings come back out. They're going to clean up your sodas and box them up for you so you can take them with you. Congratulations on your 16 sodas today. I will also both enjoy and save my 4 sodas. I will have one today, but I will keep them in case you guys shut me out again like you did last Friday. Vikings, you don't have to give me that back. Just go ahead and go. What are you doing? Take that. Okay, get out of here. Go away. Looks like they have the is that what it is? Okay. Yeah, we just had a shift change. That's why there were too many Vikings on the screen. I don't know if it worked them. It's just that for that 10 minutes where the shift change comes in. Okay. Art the Chicken was the best blockers. I'm sure my keyboard moves so I cannot find the correct key. Fowls versus Fowlers is pretty much the same. One whose first language isn't English. Okay. Thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. You're all good. Alrighty, let's go back to me. Hello, me. I would say, look how pretty I am, but you guys all know that ain't true. So, okay, let's clear that and that. Yeah, we can close that out completely and make some more room. And something just happened, but it didn't come up on the screen. So, things I have to find out why. 210 cheers. And why is a streamer a good soccer player? Because he made his bit goal. Did I make my bit goal? Oh my God, thank you very much. That's awesome. Thank you very much, True North, for putting us over the top. Yay. Now we'll automatically reset to something ridiculous and I'll bring it back down to 3K again. So that seems to be a good one. You know, we'll reset it the first of every month and see what happens. But why is a streamer a good soccer player? Okay, I've got it. I read it up here though. So True North, thank you very much for the 210 cheers. That is absolutely fantastic. We appreciate it. Let me go now to, we got some setup to do. Okay. Studio mode. Design is, okay, we can actually go there. Cool. I can do all the setup from there. So here we are. I need to, oh, no, I screwed up. Let me go back here just for a second. Because of my new, I've been putting together a note-taking system. And part of it is to make sure that I can line everything up together. Because we have my talking, but we also have your guys' input. And I want to make sure that when my notes are being put together, that I have them at least close to each other, close in time to each other. In order to do that, I have to do some silly things like start game dev at the right time and then put a thing up in chat so that everything starts at the same time. I'm going to have to automate it, but I didn't get a chance to automate it over the weekend because I was taking care of a lot of things over the weekend. Oops. So let us get this up first, because this will not be affected by the automated system. So, okay. We can put this up, put that in there, hit return twice. We're all good. As long as the big one doesn't come up, we should be good there. I can close this. Okay. It did not come up. It failed. Interesting. Is it this one I need to do? No, I thought it was this one. We'll try this one, see what happens. Okay, now it worked. Okay, cool. All right, so let me get this ready. Put that there. And then we'll hit these both at the same time. That should be good. All right. And it did not let me hit both. Okay, so we'll start this one different and go like that. Yeah. That way I know where all the conversation starts for this section. Because I built a system. I got a couple hours on Saturday where everything wasn't out of control. And I built a note-taking system. And what it does is I capture the audio part of this section, because I talk a lot, and keeping notes is not always good. Another thing I do is Savvy Otter provided me with a link on how to download the chats. And what I'm trying to do is concatenate them together so that what I'm saying matches up with the timing that you guys have on what you're saying, so that it's easier for me to follow the conversation in real time on paper. So what I built on Saturday, using some techniques I found on the internet, is I can take the WAV file or an MP3 file of my talking, like I'm talking here, and take that and put it into Google Docs, and then Whisper picks it up, and Pipe Dreams picks it up and translates it into text, and then summarizes it, and then gives me questions and some other things on it. It does a little thing for it, which actually helps out quite a bit. So we end up with a Word document at the end that both converts the text, but also gives you a list of points made, as well as questions that probably someone would ask after reading it. It's a pretty good system. So I'm pretty happy with it. I did some tests with it with all of last week's stuff, and it didn't turn out too bad. So I can show you a brief look behind. Let me see if I can get one of the documents so I can show you what it spits out at the end. I think I put it in Docs. Where did I put it? That is not where I put it. Oh, it would be in Translate, and it's on the network. So let me see if I can even get to it from here. I may not be able to. Okay, shell folder, Translate. Oh, let's say Docs, not that one. Movies, no. So it's done. Okay. Oh no, this was the other thing I was working on. Oh, that's weird. I could have swore I was just looking at it, but no. I know I saved it. Maybe I didn't. That would be funny. It would be damn funny if I didn't save it, any of it, and then I have to do it all over. That would part of that would make me laugh. Let me finish digging here just for one more second. Let's see if I put them. No, they should have been in this directory. New docs, movies, fun. No. Yep, lost them. Okay, I can't show you what I worked on. Well, that's pretty lame. Let me see if I can find it this way. I was very happy that I got it done and working, but for some reason, it is not showing up on my drives. So that concerns me. Because I did it. I know I worked on it on this machine. It wasn't on one of the other ones. Nope, not showing up. Weird. No, it's all gone. Okay, well, we will let this search out on the main page and we will come back to it. Hopefully we'll be able to find where everything went missing. No, it's not showing up at all. Real Dragonium, very much. Thank you for the follow. There's no way I didn't save all that. I know I did. I hate when that happens. I did 7 days worth of putting this stuff together and cannot find it on the machine. But I know I did it on this machine, so it's been that kind of weekend. We open this in another window and then we'll let it search and then I'll come back to it. Oh, by date. Good. And by the other date. Thank you. Now, there'd be a lot more of MP3s than that. Okay. Yep, apparently I've ditched it somewhere and just can't find it. Oh, wait. Let's go to this directory. I think this is, I think I may have found it. Yes, I have found it. Good. All right. Sorry about that. Game dev time. Yes, birthday boy is busy. Yep, dev time. I'm back. Had to call brother for his birthday. Cool. But it seems his phone is busy. Did you leave him a birthday message? So let me see if I can pull this up here, and I will show you kind of how it kind of works, of what the outcome is. I'm using Whisper and those kind of things in OpenAI programs to do this. So it's actually pretty cool. And all I have to do, the way it's set up, is all I have to do is just take an MP3 of the recordings for that day and show them and put them in my Google Drive, and then everything else happens automatically. We have just a couple seconds before we're going into a zombie thing, and I will come back out of that and show you how that's kind of working. So as soon as the zombie is over, I found it and we can show it. I don't know why it got lost. So let's wait for the zombie. I like automation. Well, this is pretty cool automation. And the next thing I have to do is, for the chat part, for your guys' part, there's some lining up problems and things like that I still have to fix, but you'll get the basic idea of where we're going. As soon as we get back, I'll show you how it kind of works. And it's pretty cool for any kind of notes. So you can, I had something similar to it a while back when I was working on my book. I still have to finish the book, but this is something that can help me finish it as well. So here we go. Zombie and some other guy. Dooba-dooba-dooba-doo. Okay, so we are back. So the basic thing that this thing creates, so let me pull this up. I had to delete some personal information off of the top of it, but get a open window. Where's our windows? Here's one. I'm going to go to Wood. So here's what the automation does. Let me get our logo down. Come down here. Turn this on. So what it does is it pulls my audio file. And this is the only thing I give it, is I give it the audio file. And it does a summary of the audio file. So in this particular case, this was us discussing things on Friday. So the speaker discusses the impacts of Nintendo pricing on game development, highlighting potential tariff effects and the considerations of pricing. So it's all the things that we talked about on Friday. And it gives a summary of it at the top. Then it gives the full transcription of all the spoken word, which is really cool because now I can take this and line it up to your guys's input in chat. Now, the one thing I want to see if they can do is for each of these is add time code to it, because if they could add time code to each line, that means I can use any program to put those two together, because I can just match time code and it will put everything in order. So then we goes down here and then it gives you, okay, breathe. This is the whole thing. I was talking about some silly stuff. So this is still transcript. So it does a pretty good job. And the good thing about it compared to the other ones that I was playing with, it does punctuation. And if you've ever seen like a transcript of spoken word, sometimes it's just a literally 25, 30 pages of text. No punctuation, no nothing. It does punctuation. And then at the bottom here, and we're almost there, transcript. Then it does, okay, main points. It gives me all the main points. We talked about the impact of Nintendo pricing on game development economics. Consideration of tariffs and pricing based on annual income in different regions, influence of world economics on game pricing. These, because we had talked about it, visualize the game world on paper, because we were talking, someone had written in and said, what can I do? And I said, just draw it on paper, and do some stuff, seek feedback from other people, because we told him have other people he knows play the game, focus in gameplay. So it does all that. And then it does some story examples. It's like the speaker explains historical revenues. So any story, any metaphors that I used, or any things like that, it points out. Then it also does reference and citations. So it can give you references for things to go look at for the things we talked about. Because we talked about Gaiman's book, Norse mythology. We talked about economics, considering in game development. We talked about Blizzard's approach to creating cinematics and storytelling, and it says, go and look these things up. And then it says potential action items, which I thought was hilarious, because I'm like, I am one person. I am not getting these things done in the schedule that it has created, but it does give me an idea of things that we should be talking about, things we should be doing. So I thought that was pretty cool. So we got research specific tariffs, study percentages of annual income, the things that we talked about, but it says, okay, here's things you should go out and do to further up. And then follow-up questions. How do other game developers navigate pricing challenges in different regions? What strategies can game companies use to adopt to changing economics and conditions? It gives you some follow-up questions that you can say, okay, let's go a little bit further in this. So, and we also talked about the otter. So how can the otter's mythical connections be further explained to enrich the narrative? What are the potential consequences of the otter's involvement in the plot against Loki? And as we talked about him being the spirit of the dwarf that Loki killed, and will Odin's eye work before the world tree connects? That's a good question. Will it work? If he has it, I don't think it should. When should Odin give the player the all-seeing eye? So it just did that. And it also tells you there's possibility for mistakes and stuff like that. But now I can say, okay, go and do this for every single WAV file or MP3 for every day of the week. And that's what I did. So if I close this, don't save because I didn't want to, but if we open this window back up in the directory itself, is the right directory? Yeah. So that's what I did for every single day. from last Thursday till Friday. So, okay, show me these things. Show me what it's supposed to be, you know. And then there is a breakdown for every single day now that covers what was talked about, you know. And then there's also, if I want to go back and listen, there's also the WAV file. And this is raw data here, but this is what the overall goal is to get these summaries, and having a simple summary of every single day is actually kind of cool, you know. And the way it's set up, let me see if I might be able to show you how it's set up here in Pipe Dream, because that's what it's in. Is this the one? Yeah, I just need to make sure that there's no connecting data in here that I need to hide. Okay, there's no, I can't. Okay, that's all encrypted, so I can show the top half. I can't show the bottom half. So if we look at, no, I can't do that. There's too much private data on the Pipe Dream workflow. But basically, there's three pieces to the Pipe Dream workflow. Is number one piece is the trigger. What triggers it to actually do its thing? And the trigger is if I drop a new MP3 file into a certain directory on my my Google Drive. If I drop if I drop a new MP3 file on that drive, then it will automatically trigger. And with that trigger, it will download that file to a neutral space. It will send it to Whisper at OpenAI to translate. Then it will bring it back and then send it to another AI that will read through it all, summarize it, put follow-up questions on it, put all that other stuff on it, and then kick it back to my Google Drive. So unfortunately, I can't show the Pipe Dream page because it has too much of my data on it. That is not a good thing. Can't show that stuff. You know, it also shows accounts and things like that. But that's how I'm doing the notes as of today. Today will be the first day that I'll be doing it live, because then I still need to find a way to get time code onto the output, because I don't think, here's my problem, is if I can get it to put time code on it, that solves several things. Number one, if you're ever working on a project, and those of us that have done this in the past, it's the worst thing you can give someone to do, is to transcribe a speech or an event that was recorded for subtitling. It is the worst thing you can give someone to do. And I've had to give this to people several times. Though this will give you the words to it, because we used to have to just type it. So if, like, we were doing a quarterly review with a company and we were taping it, somebody would have to come back and listen to Mike Morheim and them talk again and type it all up into text, because we didn't have any tools for it. And then we'd have to go and put it against the video and mark all the time codes for everything. And that's probably one of the worst jobs you can give somebody. But if we could do this, where it picks up the time code automatically based on the punctuation that it's using for what our needs are, because the stuff coming out of the chat room already has time code on it when I download it using the app that I was told about. All I have to do then is just match those time codes. And then I have the whole transcript of our whole conversation in one place that I can do most anything with, as well as put it into like a Word or something like that and just have it read it to me. and having it read in order is actually a very helpful thing, because I can sit down and take my rewriter and write down notes and things like that, and then add to it later. So it's a pretty cool little setup, and it took me a while to get it working. It took like several many hours to get it working, and then had to couldn't get it working, then had to stop, delete it, and try again. Yeah, so that's one of the tools I would say. And what's really good, if for those of you that are like going to long meetings and stuff like that, if you have a recorder and you're recording those meetings, you can use this same system completely unchanged, exactly how it is, to transcribe those meetings, as well as give you follow-up questions and main points for the meeting that you're in, which I think is phenomenal. Like, I wish I had it when I was doing a lot of meetings, because you get to the point, and a lot of you will probably agree with this. You go to so many meetings now, you don't remember what was said in each meeting. And sometimes conflicting things are said in meetings, and that just turns into a mess. And most meetings should not be meetings. They should be emails. And I know you all agree on that one, that have to go to 1,000 meetings a day. But yeah, so these are the outputs that I get from everything, and it's actually pretty cool. And bloop. My admin assistant does it for me. Oh, that's cool. All the time. Tell that to my CTO and CEO. All meetings should be emails. Absolutely, but I think that creative meetings cannot be email. Business meetings can. Plus, and I've made this very clear, I really like getting creative people in one room and hashing stuff out. And that's a huge one for me. Yeah, I ran a volume capture team on several big budget movies, and I was in meetings most of the day. I don't miss that. Yeah. My problem with meetings, like I said, is my biggest problem with meetings, too many. And if you're in different meetings all day long, which a lot of people are, by the end of the day, you don't remember what you promised in the first meeting, or the second meeting, or the third meeting. You just don't remember. It's really difficult. Let's have a meeting, decide if we need to meet. Yeah, I've been in those meetings too, Savvy. Yes, though that is a joke, but it's also a reality for a lot of people. I've had a lot of meetings about meetings, and it's just like, no, just stop. Send me an email. I'll tell you my opinion, then we'll move on. Okay, let's see. The problem is that most senior staff in my company absolutely suck at both reading comprehension and writing. Well, that's a problem too. The worst type of meeting. Yes. Amounts of notes, probably unnecessary. Well, I need notes, in all honesty, because I do get the way my mind works. I need the governance of notes, because a lot of the things that I say, I 100% believe, but they are literally, thank you CW for the follow, they're literally stream of consciousness of what my subconscious believes and what I believe. Because I wouldn't say it if I didn't believe it, because I do fight with my subconscious in my head quite a bit. Let's see where we are. Thankful we had coordinators that took notes. Yeah, some of the producers were absolutely phenomenal. I I screamed Jenny's praises day and night because Jenny kept me on track on all kinds of things. But yeah, emails are emails. Some things work better with the interaction that comes from having people all in one meeting discussing something. You are right, Moon. The problem comes when they take even the smallest things and make them into a meeting and then invite people that really don't need to be part of the decision for the meeting that they've been asked to come to. So I think on average, you probably have about 30–40% of the people in a meeting that, number one, shouldn't be there. Number two, have nothing to do with what's being discussed. You also have a situation where people call meetings and don't tell you what they're for. So you can't prepare for them and you can't decide whether it's something that you really should be going to or not. So that's the biggest problem. If we can eliminate just those parts alone, I don't think the other meetings would be that big a deal. Meetings are just like other tools. Works for what they work for. Sometimes I don't attend meetings without an agenda 24 hours prior. It's a good idea. With no agenda are the worst. I simply decline those. Yeah. And I think you should be allowed to. But there are some companies that if a meeting's called, you have to show up and you have to be there. Now, to today's stuff is I was able to work a little bit on the note things and get the note thing working on Saturday. Yesterday I was out all day and wasn't in front of a computer, doing helping and doing a birthday party for Frigg's nephew, which was kind of cool. And then there were a couple flat tires we had to fix, and then some other things. So I got absolutely nothing other than the note taking stuff done this weekend. Yeah. Yep. All the shiny new colors. Okay. Meetings don't work for the majority of what it's used. A meeting is for senior management to be sure it's on the same track. We need to have a meeting through every single level without in a company, then you have no ideas. Well, to me, those kind of meetings that you're talking about means that your production team has failed. Because part of your production team's job is not only to keep you on track and things like that, but also to keep information flowing up and down the food chain. And if your production staff is failing, then some pretty brutal meetings are called, and mostly it's because people at the top don't know what's going on. And that sucks because they need to be informed. I'm really big on tell them everything. Yeah. Here we go. This is what's going on. Yeah. Because most meetings are called because people just don't have the information they need, in all honesty. It's very rare that a meeting for new stuff, something new and exciting happens, and even those can be lost in the shuffle of these middleman meetings that are just about nobody's talking to us. Tell us what the hell's going on. Because as a manager, you have a responsibility to make sure information is moving up and down the food chain. And if it isn't, you're failing, and that also includes making the work that your team's doing visible. One of the things that I worked hard on when in the position I was in the UK was helping the team that I managed be more visible to, oh my God, wait. Oh, it's pouring outside. I'm hearing something in my headphones, and I'm just like, what the hell is that? And then I realize it looks like it's pouring outside. Yep. I should put my car outside so it can go get washed. Get whooshed. Well, I think that the teams have an Moon, to your point of, however, some people feel like they need more information than they have, but really they should take a step back and trust the teams working on it. You're half right. Yes, they absolutely should trust the teams, but the team still has an obligation to make sure they have the information so that they can trust them. Because a team that is a black box is the absolute worst thing for upper management in every possible way. I think I just lost power for a second. Are we still on? Hopefully we're still sending. Yeah, we've lost power, but all my stuff is still working. So we are on. All right. So there's a possibility that I will be disconnected in, it looks like about 10, 15 minutes. And I think power just came back on. Did it? No, because we're still counting down over here. All right, so the big rains have brought a power outage. But based on our last power outage that we had, I changed things over to where everything for the stream was on the backup boxes. But we have about 200 watts left in the backup system. So we will see. We will see. I need to see what's plugged in that isn't working. Everything kind of came back on. Wow. Okay. All right. So we are still there. However, my house is, the power's off in the house. Everything right now that runs this is on backup power supplies. So. Okay, they're not going to learn better by being stuck in meetings. True. So another thing is meetings will drive you absolutely insane. Because I've had days where meetings are all day long, and yet the work I'm supposed to be doing isn't done, and that drives me absolutely insane. There is nothing that makes me just like completely freak out more than that. If you want to end the stream the power's okay because I have several battery systems on everything. It looks like, okay, I'm gonna have to check something real quick. Just give me a second. Okay, yeah, the power is back on. What I did was I turned the bathroom light on so that it will go off, even though everything here will stay on if the power goes off again. But my battery backup systems work perfectly, and we kept going. So, and you're absolutely right, Moon. It is not so much about the juniors. It is about who's managing them and who their producers are. A producer's job is to make sure that all the information is flowing back and forth. If they are not doing their jobs, it can make a team look bad. It can do some pretty good damage to a team. But they're also, another one of their jobs is just to be keeping awareness of what that team is doing and making sure other people are seeing what that team is doing, because that is what kills a team faster than anything else. Is if, as I was saying, is if your team is a black box and people send things in there, they don't know anything about how it's done, they don't know anything about what you guys are doing, they're not, most teams are not going to look at what that team's doing other than what they're doing for them, which means you, throughout the company, you're only getting credit in meetings of bigger people that are getting information put up. You're only getting credit for the little thing that you did for that person. You probably won't get credit for everything you're doing everywhere. What we had done at the last position was we built a website. We built all kinds of things. We also built a weekly newsletter. We started putting together all these communication systems to get the work that the team was doing out to everybody in the company so they could see. It also comes in handy because once so much stuff is given to a team that it's so overburdened that it can't continue, it also helps you when you have to do hiring. It helps you when you have to push back on teams and say, look, we can't do that right now. Here's what our schedule is. It can also help you prioritize things that are in your queue. Because there may be today, yes, marketing may be the most important thing because the game was just released and all that stuff has to get done in the next week so that all those channels can be filled, which means that the artwork for the concept artwork for the logo for game that's coming out in a year gets put on the back shelf for a little while, but a lot of teams, if they're not keeping complete information moving back and forth, they can't justify that because the person who's waiting for that logo is going to go and complain to upper management and say, they're not helping us. I don't understand what's going on, blah, 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 blah. But if the upper management knows that they're centralizing on the game we just released, that's more important to the company. And they have to back you on that decision. So setting priorities is not simple. It is not a simple case at all because if you're a creative services team, as an example, every single person that comes to you believes that their job that they're asking you to do is the most important thing for the company. Every single one of them. And sadly, you have to also help them believe that, which is a weird place to be in. But when you do say no, you have to be able to have the backing of the people above you to do that. Because I've seen a lot of departments that were not allowed to say no to incoming work, no matter how much work they had on their plate. Okay, let's see what's up here. Back up for the winner. Oh. Communication is always key, and it's also the hardest thing. We had talked about when Blizzard was 12 people and when we were 24 people, and the magic number somewhere around 50 is where you start losing communication to everybody in the company, and it sucks. Prioritization is the second most important thing after communication, and it can be brutal because there's so much we would like to do in the end. But yeah, it's just not possible. I mean, even the things that we're putting up together here, all the storylines and stuff like that, it's great that we have the opportunity to do that. Are you going to get that kind of opportunity everywhere? No. In most cases, in all honesty, you're going to get a half a page little write up, and they're going to say, make this work. Yeah, my teams have, and as for those of you that do roll other people, another thing that I tell people is I tell my teams is this: if we fail, or if the team fails on something, it's my fault. if we succeed, if the team succeeds, it's their fault. Because if most of the time when a team fails, it's because their manager did not have or go look for or make a point of having all the information needed for the job that they were given. There's also a situation where producers or leadership or stuff like that isn't doing proper reviews of work with the client, which is something I find absolutely hilarious, because to me, I'm and I think I've even talked about it in the interview that I put up a couple weeks ago, is I want the person asking for the work to be talking to the people doing the work. The middle management thing does not always work in a creative atmosphere. And the reason it doesn't work is because the client will say, I need X in blue with this and that. And by the time it gets to the person doing the work, somehow it's blue. I mean, it's green. Why is it green? So when the client sees it the first time, the first thing they say is, why is it green? I didn't ask for green, I asked for blue. Always have your client talk directly to the person doing the work. I mean, I got a lot of pushback from management because of that, but that's how I did it. They will either talk directly to the person doing the work, or a trusted person like a art director or something like that to if the art director understands what the client wants, it's easier for him to describe it, to interpret the client into artist. So having a great art director is phenomenal. And I've had a couple cases where they were. In my last job, the art director that we put in place was absolutely probably one of the most creative people I've ever worked with. And I really enjoyed working with him. And I 100% enjoyed helping promote him into the position where he could make those choices and make those decisions. Because I said the day that I met him and worked with him for a little while that this guy should be running the department. I don't understand why he's not, so. Yes, instructions get diluted. And then you also have what we talked about last week. You also have scope creep, where every single person along the line adds something to it, and you end up making something that doesn't work. You also have managers that don't give artists all the information they need. All they say to them, like they'll come in and they'll go, here's what I have. They'll show it. And I've seen bad art directors who just go work on it again for another week. And I'm like, that's not instructions. That's not telling them what's wrong. You're sending an artist with blank slate to go fix something, but he has no idea what you're looking for. You can't just say, work on it for another week. That is horrible. Because there's nothing to work on. You haven't told him why. So I like that. I've been in situations where I've asked art directors, why does this piece work? And an art director goes, oh, it just does. And then I asked a producer the same thing, this piece of art, why does it work? And the producer goes, I'm not a director. What is my opinion? I go, well, you are the producer of this project. So tell me why this works or doesn't work. Then I asked an artist, the person that I thought should have been the art director in the first place, and he gave a perfect feedback on the project that we were looking at. And it was, I'm like, whoa. Whereas the actual art director at the time couldn't. All he could say was, oh, it's just not right. Well, what does that mean? And yes, instructions get diluted. That's a hard decision to make as well. There is also a competent in protecting of people doing the work from Whims of clients. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. If you're in a creative services team, there are the people that try to go around the system and like get your artists to do things for them that they shouldn't be doing, that it's not on their schedule and should not be worked on, and that's something that I put a stop to immediately with any team that I'm working with. I do not allow that. If you have if you have a piece of art that's been requested, that you have requested, that's in the pipeline, and an artist has been assigned to it, you can talk to that artist about that piece of work. However, if you do not have a piece of work in the pipeline that has not been assigned to an artist, you have no right to go directly to an artist on that team and say, do this piece of work for me, because the producer doesn't know about it. The schedule doesn't know about it. You don't know what that artist's schedule is. That artist may not understand that they can say no to you. So yeah, there's a lot of those kind of issues, and dealing with that kind of stuff sucks. Because clients will call artists directly. You just have to put a stop to it. No, I think you're half right, Savvy. You wrote, I need a creative vision that can be verbalized. That's not always the case. I think that the most important thing, and I say this all the time, and it drives people that I used to work for crazy. I go, what is our North Star on this? Because you can be coming at some pretty cool visual things that go in directions that could majorly improve the piece that you're working on. But it is useless if you don't have that initial North Star to follow to get there. And that's where the problem comes in. Because if you don't have that North Star that every team in the company is following, then a single team cannot course correct everyone when they're not following the same North Star. And I've seen companies that go out there and will give different departments completely different marching orders, to where they're marching in opposite directions and sometimes overlapping each other or walking over each other. And it sucks. It is no way to work. You also have 1,000 people along the line, each of their own very strong personal opinions on stuff, which is no more valid than anyone else's. That can, there's people that literally, while an artist, I've seen situations where someone's walking past an art team, just like going from their desk to the bathroom. They see something on screen and they feel like, oh, I have the right to sit there and give every opinion I have on it, even though it's not the project I'm working on. It's not the game I'm working on, but I'm still going to throw my 2 cents in. And an artist won't know not to listen to them. An artist will assume, oh, this is someone that is an important person in the company. I need to do everything they said, which will then send them off on a direction that just absolutely will destroy any work that's getting done for that North Star. But yeah, because everybody thinks that they know and that they have the right to change everything. They don't. The only people that an artist or a programmer or stuff like that should be changing their direction for is if their producer or their direct supervisor says that's the new direction. Yeah, we got off on a lot of stuff here. We went from meetings to just bad management, because bad management sucks. And I will say 100% in my first, I would say 20 years, I was a terrible manager. Hated it. I didn't know how to do it. Did nothing. But I did go back and get not a business degree, but I got a psychology degree and tried to implement it, but didn't work out at first. It took me a while to figure out how to lead people the right way, because it's not an easy thing, but I I cut it down into small chunks for myself to remember. Milafra Tuga, thank you very much for the follow. I try to chop it down into things that I can remember, you know, like some of them are funny, some of them are just for me, but it's the whole thing about if we succeed, it's your fault. If we fail, it's my fault. That's one that I learned a little bit later. There was a lot of things that I should have been doing with that. You know, another one is always have a North Star. Always be talking to the client directly as to what happens, and any changes that are put forth by other people, always run by the client to see if they even know about them, because sometimes they don't. You know, and always have your team's back. Even when they're wrong, always have their back. One of the things I always do, and it freaks people out, is if, say if the president of the company, like Mike, comes up and says, oh, that piece of work that you did was great, you know, I know that he's talking about what the team did, not what I personally did. So what I always did, and I did this at every job I think I've ever been in, is I say who actually did the work on that project to that person. Oh, that was done by this person. This part was done by that person. Those are the things that a good manager does. If Mike were to come up to me and go, that really sucked, the only thing I would say is, okay, that's completely on me. I failed on that. I will make sure it doesn't happen again. I will never name a person that worked on that project, because that's not what you do. You know, you go and talk to the people that worked on the project. You ask them why it got to the point that it was. And trust me, I was never good at this part in the first parts of my learning how to manage stuff. You know, so it was a hard learning experience. But in the last 15 years, I felt I got really quite a bit better at it. You know, because the whole point of going back to someone and saying, okay, look, you fucked this up, why? You know, and just going, these are the things we talked about. These are the points that you were supposed to hit. These were the goals you were supposed to hit. You know, and most of the times these were projects that were under huge deadlines. Like it was something for BlizzCon or one of the big projects that we were working on. And we had to release something that I personally would not have wanted released. However, there was no time left. There was no time to fix it. You know, so yes, I had to take the hit. And that's okay. I have no problem taking the hit for that. You know, luckily I had managers and stuff like that or VPs and stuff like that that were in charge of me that would understand that the number of good things coming out of the department highly outnumbers the bad. And that every now and then there is going to be a fluke, but I take responsibility for it. You know, and then I go into the soundproof room with the person that did the work and go, what the fuck is going on? What are you doing? But it's a private conversation. It's not a yell at them on the floor conversation, although I have yelled at people on the floor before I adjusted stuff. So yeah. Oh, geez, really? I talked right through to another zombie. Sorry, guys. I'm just babbling on. You guys got me on a roll. Yeah, so too many meetings suck. Bad managers suck. Keep everybody informed. Good. Information is the key. You know, build ways to give your team visibility and points throughout the not just the team you're working on, but the company you're working on. You know, make sure that everybody knows what everybody's doing so that people can't say that you're hiding or that you're a black box that nobody knows what's going on in zombie. That was a fast 25 minutes or whatever it is. That was scary fast. Sarantis, we'll talk about the CVs again in a minute because the CV resume stuff is another thing I'm very adamant about that I failed on for many, many years in my, yes, documenting your work is a big thing. That's what notebooks are for. You know, and as far as documenting your work, parent, is also document how you did some things. Because in our business, coming up with innovative and technical stuff is part of what we do every day. However, if we're not writing documentation for it to where we can teach someone else how to do it, we can get completely overrun because we're the only one that knows how to do something. And people go, oh, but if I'm the only one that knows how to do that, they can't get rid of me. Yes, they can. You know, in fact, they could get rid of you for being the only one that knows how to do that because you're not sharing your skill set. Because technically, they're paying you. They own it while they're paying you. My work is gathering things to work and showing the team through docs now. Good. You know, one of the things that I've done it for every team I've ever had is just the morning stand-up. You know, I'll wait 3 seconds because I want to go back to this point up here and then we'll start from there. So okay, yeah. Sarantis says I need to update my resume CV. Yes, in fact, I've talked about that several times on the show, is whether you're looking for a job or not, you should be updating your CV or resume every year or two. And it's not about going out and looking for a job. It's about taking a moment to look back at what your successes are and what you've accomplished in that time. Because we have a tendency to blow past them, and that's not a good thing. But when you have to stop and update your resume or CV in the UK, then you have to stop and think about, oh, what have I accomplished this year? What have I done in the last 6 months? As well as just keeping notes on it. Documentation was something I was talking about in the zombie break. Is you have to not only document what you're doing, but you have to document the techniques you've come up with to get your job done. So that number one, you have those techniques always in a document. In fact, that's what like these books are great for. Is if nothing else, if you have a blank book, all you have to do is just put your notes in it in regards to what steps in Photoshop did I have to take to do this? What steps in After Effects did I have to do? If I did something in Premiere, what techniques did I do? So you always have just a log of them, you know, also so that if you get like, say, 10 projects of the same kind, you can teach somebody else to do them as well, and you can get them done twice as fast. But documentation of just what you're doing, what's going on, all that kind of stuff is always a good thing because you never know. You know, taking 5 minutes at the end of the day and just adding a quick journal entry of what you did that day is not a bad thing. My work is getting things to work and showing the team through docs. How? Yeah. That can be a lot of fun, actually. I actually love teaching people new things and showing them how to do things in a different way. That's one of the things I've always enjoyed. Also, just being able to, when they come to you and say, I'm stuck, help, and being able to help come up with answers for them is just a lot of fun, or knowing that you already had the answer that you could just share with them. Yeah, simple notes save you a lot of trouble when they go, okay, go write something up on this. And you're like, what? I've never written anything up on anything before. Why do you suddenly want this? Because technically, because you did it at work, they own it. I started out as an intern working on a legacy app with no documentation and poorly structured code. Oh, Nintendo in the early 90s. Okay, get it. I managed to work with it, but would have appreciated documentation. Yes. In fact, Alan talks about it in one of the anniversary videos. Is all they had was untranslated Chinese Nintendo documentation. So they had to find people to help them translate it so they could do it. My job is to make tools and help workflow, only to be ignored by senior staff. Yeah. Well, part of the ignored by senior staff, and this is what I was talking about earlier, Cervantes, is they don't know where to look to see what you're doing. You know, a lot of them, if you have a producer, it just tells you that your producer isn't getting the information up to them. You know, building a central location for a, because one of the things we did in the last job is I had them also create for the team a finished work directory. For all the jobs that they were doing, all finished work would go into that directory. And it would be read only to anybody outside the department. And here's why. Is because you could deliver, say, a logo to a department. And that logo, because everybody thinks everybody can do art, is that department may change that logo. And then when somebody else sees it, they think the original department that made the logo did it. And they can get in trouble for it because it's not what what was expected. So what we created was we created a true North directory, whereas every single piece of art that was created by that team was put in the master directory, where other teams could pull it, they could grab it, all that stuff, but they could not overwrite it. They could not make adjustments to it. They could not change it. And then what we could do then was anytime someone came looking for an original logo, we could say, go here. You know, did you check in the finals directory? You know, and a lot of people like it was funny how many people came back and go, I can't alter that logo. Why can't I alter it? Because it's a master. You don't alter masters. If you want to change it, copy it down to your computer, make whatever changes you want, but our master doesn't get touched because that is an approved master all the way up the pipeline for the creative development, for the creative directors. You know, so always having a master of what you've done, always having a central location where people can go and look at what you've done, and also you can set up searches and stuff like that, or you can even have a cool tools guy write a one of the things that we were talking about having was once we have the master directory. Oh, that sounds like thunder. Okay. Once we had the master directory, we wanted to be able to put a, for lack of a better way to put it, a website over the top of it that you can go in and look at things and stuff like that. But you could also mark things that you wanted and have them put into, copied into a, what? Thor is coming. I don't know what that means. Have mark that into a basket. Then it would deliver those pieces of art that you asked for to you, or into a directory for you. Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening. Galileo. Let's take a look at take a look at the maps. Come on, close up. Yep, tut tut, looks like rain. Oh. Oh, so the worst of it's already passed. Oh well, no. Okay. With the way the wind is going, we're going to get another really bad spot coming up soon. Fun fact, ancient Vikings believed that the thunder in the skies caused by Thor's beating his hammer against his anvil. Yeah, or if you look at Sleepy Hollow, or no, Rumpelstiltskin, no. Yeah, where's the one where the old guy slept forever, but he was bowling? They used to say it was bowling and the pins being knocked over. I think he meant your son Jason is coming. No, I think he meant Thor, the thunder god is coming, because I said that I could hear thunder outside. You know, I don't even know. I'm not even sure he's online today. Don't know. Did not look. Yeah, he's online. He's playing Ashes of Creation, looks like. So yes, another rant. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about with the bowling. Yeah, I'm trying to remember because it was the guy, he slept forever. He would fall asleep. And then he ended up going to the bowling thing. God, what? God, it was an old kid story, old child story. I just don't remember what it was. Not Rumpelstiltskin. That's the whole stealing babies and spinning gold thing. See, now it's stuck. Rip Van Winkle. Yes, that's the one. Thank you very much. Because my mind would have spaced out on that for a little while. So good call. Yes, Rip Van Winkle. Howdy, Blaze. Okay, let's see what you guys have up here because we got distracted. I started out on an internet working on legacy app. Cool. Yeah, documentation in the early days was really, really rough. All the stuff that we did for the Super Nintendo stuff, like Alan said in the interviews that he did, is all the documentation they had was in Chinese, so it was, or Japanese, whichever Nintendo was, I forget right now. It made it very difficult to translate to learn how to do it, but the programmers and everybody seemed to manage, and they were able to get us the information that we needed, so that was really cool. Alrighty then. Boop-a-doop boop. We are at this point here. This is all done. So yeah, so that is my simple management stuff. Old school documentation. Boss came with an important task. Tried to do it. It broke everything. Day 2. I tried to fix the broken stuff and made it work. Yeah, that's pretty much how it was done. Yeah, now it falls to the other thing that I say all the time is there are a finite number of problems with game making. And you will run into a finite number of things that you have to fix to make things work. But we as humans make those problems infinite. And we're really good at it. You know, you can take something as simple as deciding on the color for something and make it into a 3-week marathon of meetings and stuff like that. Or you can just say, it's Azure, whatever, it's Azure Blue. We're moving forward. You need someone somewhere along the line that just says, stop. Here's the decision, walk on. You know, and then keep the wolves at bay because the decision's been made. I really hate those pessimists. They find problems for all my solutions. Yes, they do, and they're very good at it. Because, and this is going to sound really horrible, but a lot of them if you solve all the problems, they got nothing to do. They have no way to justify them being in the position they're in. And that's okay. Like at my last position, I said, look, my job is get you to the point to where you don't need me. And they laughed and thought it was hilarious. But that's what I was doing. I was like, okay, let's get the right people in the right places. Let's get the right people promoted and remove the people that shouldn't be in there. You know, let's do all the structure. Let's get all the stuff. And then in the end, it was like, okay, we've reached up. And I went to my boss. I said, okay, we've reached a point. They don't need me anymore. So let's move on. You know? So I told the team that I loved them greatly and that they were doing a great job. And I walked away with my boss's condolences and all that stuff. And everybody saying thank you and all that. But there were still some on the team that felt that I probably should have stayed a little longer. But no, they had a very strong leadership team by the time I left. And they honestly, even I admit, at the end there, they didn't need me there. I was more a pain in the ass than anything else. Because we had already put all the structure in place they needed. We installed a tracking system for all the work. We installed reporting systems for everything that was going on. We fixed communication with the company as to what was going on in the department, who was doing what. Yeah. So we increased visibility to the department by 400% or something like that. To where everybody always knew what we were doing. Everybody was always informed. And we automated a bunch of stuff. We automated some Jira stuff to where even Jira was writing most of the weekly report that was sent out to all the managers throughout the whole company, including upper management. So that all worked out really, really well. And the team was doing amazing work. With the new structure in place, with the advancement of the production staff, the creation of the art director's position and putting the right person in there, all those kind of things, it worked. And the trust of the department across the company went from almost zero to just phenomenally high, to where there were creative things that they came and asked about, of how we would handle it. And it made all the difference throughout the whole company. So, yeah. Okay, is part of you doing? They're very in case you have experienced it, how do you deal with budget problems and seeing your colleagues lose their jobs around you? That's the part that sucks. And here's what I will say about this is I've been in situations where I've had upper management come into my teams and remove people without asking me who should be removed and not telling me why. And that I don't appreciate anyway, because it completely undermines my ability to have the team trust me. I had a situation a couple times back where, because of the laws in the country and or state we were in, you weren't allowed to lay off more than 50 people at a given time. But we had a situation where the company wasn't making enough money, so we had to lay off 90% of the production staff. And we had to go in and say, okay, these 50 people are being laid off, and then convince the people that were still there that this wasn't just the beginning of something. Convince them that everything was okay, and then come back in 30 days and lay off another 50. And that sucked. The thing is, the only thing you can really do is you can hopefully keep enough information flow between you and people above you to where they're honest with you, where they can bring it aside. We just lost power again. Just for a second, it just flashed. So the more they trust you, the more they'll bring you into those conversations. Like I've had a situation where I had a pretty cool team. They were doing really, really good work. And layoffs happened. Nobody ever talked to me about who should be laid off because I had a list of people that I was getting ready to probably let go anyway. And adding them to the layoff list would have been better than some of the really good, hardworking people that ended up being laid off because nobody talked to me. But there are times when it's just it's a financial burden on the company, and the company may not be able to sustain itself if they don't let people go, which has happened several times for several companies. Another thing to remember is 99% of the time, it has nothing to do with the job they're doing. And that's where you have an opportunity to remind them how great they are at art or programming or the things that they do and why it's great. Soft, thank you very much for the follow. I think that's where your hook in is keep building them up for the talents they have and help them understand that companies, if a good person loses their job, the company's made a mistake. It happens every day, And you might want to also ask yourself, why is everybody around me losing their jobs, but I'm not? What have I done differently? What am I doing differently? How can I help the people that I think are good and want to be here? What example can I set? What helping can I do? What teaching can I do to help them? Because the more people in there that have extreme talent are doing the job you have, the less day-to-day bullshit you have to deal with as a manager. The hell was that? Oh. Sorry, I have to scroll all the way down here and see what that was. Hang on. Sorry, a whole bunch of bells just went off in my head here. Oh, we got a 4-person raid. Woohoo! Thank you for the raid. Shout out to General Oni Lu Cam TV, who stopped playing Repo long enough to raid us. So thank you very much. Thank you for the raid. We really appreciate it. Your shout out has been logged and is in chat now with your link. I hope you enjoyed playing Repo. Hey, Only Lou Cam TV. Hello. Welcome. Raiders, to your defenses, please. So yeah, we do have a zombie attack coming up here. So happy to see you grow in this genre. I'm getting there. I'm still learning. There's some things that could be better. There's some things that could be worse. I will get there. Thank you for the raid. If that's your home, you have a significant home, sir. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, this is my home. This is the things that I've done for the last 30 years behind me here. How's the stream going? It's going very well. I'm getting the hang of it. Oh, sorry. We are now in zombie mode. You guys arrived just in time to have the zombies eat your brains. This is how we deal with ads. We just put the zombie up, and this is how it's done. Sorrentos, my biggest issue I have to right now is that members of the staff only do the lowest quality work. It's my job to round them up and improve. However, they resist the improvements. In all honesty, Cervantes, fire them. If someone is resisting making their work better, eventually it's going to affect the whole team. Because if you have a single person on your team that is not living up to the standards that everybody else has to live to, it causes everybody else to lower their standards. Why should I learn more? Why should I do better if Billy Ray Joe Bob over there is getting paid more than me and is still here? Oh, geez. Just started in 1991 and move all the way forward. Everything from Blizzard. I did work at Blizzard from 1991 to 2014. Sounds like they are quite quieting. Yeah. Let's see. Worked for Amazon for a short time, which I thought was hilarious. And then they worked on a game called Recall and New World, but it didn't come out when I was there. Then I went to Houston and worked for 6 Foot and did help release Rhyme and Dreadnought. And then went over to the UK and for 4 years spent time with the guys over there at RuneScape. So, and then came back here last year and semi-retired and started doing this in November. Hope that answers your question. So, yeah. And we are playing through the games. We did play WarCraft today, the first one, and we have finished Blackthorn, Rock and Roll Racing, Death and Return of Superman, and a couple others, in the Sega version of Lost Vikings, as well as the Super Nintendo version. We still have a couple more Nintendo games that we have to get to. But yeah, I'm just playing through the games that I worked on over the last 33 years. It'll be 34 in September. And yeah, as well as doing things like this, like game dev talks and stuff like that. A copy of Blackthorn and started playing it yesterday. Cool. It's a good game. I think you'll enjoy it, Blaze. I don't have the power. I've already made recommendations to you, but they are unable to do what's needed. Sometimes that happens. All you can do is say in writing, these are the changes that I would make, and you would send them to them. I've done this 1,000 times, and I've made some enemies doing it, and I've made some great friends doing it. You know, see what the problem is, because most teams, every team knows where the problem is on that team. If you come in and you're a new manager for that team and you don't do anything about it, then you know what? They're just going to look at you and go, oh, same old crap, different day. You know, why do I not have to listen? Why do I listen to him? I don't have to. You know, they'll replace him in 3 months when he fails. So, you know, but if you have people on your team that are not willing to learn the skills that they need and are not willing to improve, it is going to affect your whole team, because the whole team knows that that's the case. And the longer that those people are kept in positions, the more likely your team is to fail. Because why should I do it if Billy Ray Joe Bob doesn't have to? Our interns show higher quality work. Yep, sometimes that is the case than the senior staff. I often catch mistakes they make. The interns have to correct many of the mistakes the seniors. Yeah, because they get lazy and they get set in their ways. You know, but upper management should be slapping their hands. Will I ever fully retire? You know, I don't know. I don't think I can. I've tried. God, how many times? The big one was 2014 when I left Blizzard. That was the big one, and I managed to not. That's incorrect. It wasn't that I didn't want to take a job. I just didn't think that I should, because I was retired, and I absolutely hated it. You know, I did all the things. I went to Maui. I did some traveling, did all the stuff, went and did all the things you're supposed to do when you retire and stuff like that. And got bored out of my mind, because I realized then I am a person that when I wake up in the morning, I need to go somewhere, so it's like, okay, I need to go here. I need to go and do this. I have a list of 50 things I have to do. I need to go do them, and it's, in fact, I'm getting more to that with this. However, I'm also getting to the point to where it would probably be better if I rented an office somewhere in town and went to that office every day than having this home office where I just come downstairs and come in. Because I'm finding it that because I'm home, I'm not fully concentrated on home, not fully concentrated on work. But if I had an office I had to go to every day, then that would change, because I go, oh, I have to be at the office at 9. This has to happen. Before I leave the office, these things have to be done, but when I'm home, I'm like, okay, well, I can go and run some errands, then come back and finish that later today. And then we get into situations like we're in now, where I didn't do as much over the weekend as I should have. And I'm behind now. So no, I will not, to make the answer shorter. No, I don't think I can ever retire. I always will need to do something. No. Power, I've already made. Okay, we did that one. I found some blackthorns. Yes, play it. It's a fun game. Yeah, because interns are hungry. As long as your team is hungry, they're going to keep improving and doing stuff. Once you put them in a situation where they're relaxed, like I used to tease Paul Sams, and Paul Sams used to come up to me and basically do the Wesley thing from Princess Bride. He goes, I'll probably fire you tomorrow, that kind of thing, and I needed that because I had been there so long, and because I was doing so much stuff, I was, the worst thing you could say to me, and it was said to me in the last couple of years there, is, oh, you're safe, don't worry about it. That scared the crap out of me, because you should never feel safe. Creative people need struggle. They need the negative parts of creativity in order to remain creative, in my opinion. My wife has asked me to find a new job, and to be fair, I'm thinking about it a lot more lately. Well, the reason and you'll laugh about this, is Thor's mom, Jason's mom, is the reason why I ended up at Silicon and Synapse. Because we were living in Costa Mesa at the time in Orange County. And when I got out of college, my job was in Beverly Hills, where we were doing TV, graphics for television and stuff like that. And I would get up at 6 o'clock every morning, drive to Beverly Hills from Costa Mesa. And if you know anything about California traffic, that literally is about 2.5 hours to get 45 miles, and I would finish at 9 o'clock, or between 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock, and then drive home and be home between 11 or 10 and 12. And my wife finally said, look, I can't do this anymore. We got 2 kids. You need to be closer so that if anything happens, we can take care of it, because it was just too far away. So I started answering ads, and met Mike and Ellen, and talked to them about the Cards for Rock and Roll Racing. And they couldn't afford me at the time, but that was in February, I think, was when my interview was. And in September, they called me and said, we can afford you now. Come make the cars. And just never left. So, you know what? Sometimes a wife's concerns can lead to better things. At least it did for me. I'm not saying that it always will, but for me it did. Be a Survivor, thank you very much for the for the resubscription for 2 months. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Okay, yeah, so hopefully that answered your question. So yeah, sometimes you can get burned out doing something. So I was really lucky at Blizzard in that my job changed monthly, weekly, daily, yearly. I remember at one point Mike coming up to me, and I think it was about the 10th or 11th year. He just go, "What is your title now?" I have no idea, because I was just kind of all over the place doing things everywhere. Uh, rush hour is 3 to 6. Yeah, California rush hour is deadly. Both morning and night. But I was raised and grew up there, so it's all I knew. You know, it's funny because when I'm with Frigg and she's complaining about traffic, I just kind of giggle. I go, well, I'm sure she's tired of hearing it. I go, well, in California, we don't have to dodge deer, but we do have to dodge trucks and cars and stuff. And they were making fun of me the other day because I drive like a Californian. I'm like, okay. Oh wow, where is it really? I just looked at the time. Interesting. Wife's concern is a good motivator. Yes, it is. Happy wife, happy life. Well, Cervantes, I mean, you wear 5 or 6 hats at the company, but are you being paid fairly for all those hats? Sorry, but I'm going to be very straightforward with you. Or are you the person, and I was this person years ago too, where at the end of the year, when they do your review, and they say they slip the piece of paper metaphorically slip the piece of paper across the room, across the table, and give you the new amount they're going to pay you, do you ever say, can you do a little better? Because I was that guy for a long time. And then Alan, I had found out that what I felt was a lesser artist was someone that was doing less than I was getting paid more than me, and it pissed me off. And I went to him, I go, why are they getting paid more than me? I do like 10 times the work they do. And Alan said something very simple to me. He goes, because when it came time for raises, they asked, you didn't. So a company is not under any obligation to keep you at your true value. Their obligation is to keep you doing the work at the minimal cost they can. And 99% of the time, or 95% of the time, that first offer is just a first offer. Asking for more is in your best interest no matter what. Can you do a little better? All you got to ask. Okay, yeah, that's great. But can you give a little more? Oh, you mean the 5 hats thing? Yeah, they'll ask you that all the time. The pay I'm getting is on the low end, but acceptable considering the financial state of the company. 8%, okay. That's a good bump. Most companies are just like, okay, well, here's a cost of living raise, like 3 to 4%. Which I just find ridiculous, but that's me. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and wrap this up today for the game dev stuff. I hope the conversation helped everybody. Hopefully I didn't bore the living crap out of you. And if I did, sorry. At least you're cleaned. From what I've seen, most raises are less than the cost of living. Yes, they absolutely are. And the company will give you every single excuse to keep you down there. So Yes, it was. I have not looked at it, but it did come up on the side there. I just didn't see what it was. Come over here real quick and look. Cute. I will try to add that to tomorrow. My year-end bonus was 3K. Still did not clear my bills. Yeah. Well, one of the things that I was really happy about, and I know that all this has been removed, but Mike and Alan, when StarCraft came out, they changed the whole structure of compensation because you still had your regular pay, but they added three things. They added two bonus periods for every 6 months, and based on the profit sharing from the company, and then based on your performance that year, you could get as much as 10% of your annual income as a year-end bonus. And that was really, really good for a lot of people because the profit sharing was good. And I know that Bobby Kotick killed it all, but claiming that he was going to roll it into salaries, but I don't think it ever got rolled into salaries from my understanding from people that were still working there when he did this. But it's sad. 1 to 5 rating, but no one gets those 1 to 5 rating things just suck. I hate doing them. They make no sense to me. And part of the problem is every single department, in some cases, are giving different criteria of what 1 to 5 means. And that's not fair. If you're going to use a 1 to 5 system or a 1 to 10 system, which I would prefer something 1 to 10 because you have more subtlety there that you can play with, then give a correct North Star to what each of those numbers means when it comes to the performance of the people that you're doing. There are several things, like the 1 to 5 was one. Another one that and I've noticed this on several companies, there's one way to tell if layoffs are coming, in my opinion. And that is if they bring out the 9 box, layoffs are going to happen at your company. Because every company I've ever been in, they use the 9 box to evaluate people in the company. And when they do that, and I even wrote this to one of the companies I was at, I'm like, look, you just released the 9 box. You've just told the whole company you're going to do layoffs. What's up? And I had HR tell me, oh, no, we're not doing layoffs. And then I sat down a couple weeks later with the owner of the company. I said, look, this is what the 9 box means in our industry. And he admitted, he goes, yeah, we have to do layoffs. Let me see if I can find an example of the 9 box. It's an evaluation. It's a way to evaluate employees. See if I spelled this right. Okay, so this is the basic 9 box. Let me see if I can get a big picture of it here. It is, and it's even the name makes you just want to go, shut the fuck up. That was just mean, but that's what it says to me. The 9 box, as put into the CERN, let me take the logo down. Sorry about that. The 9 box model, a successful performance model management tool. It basically means you're all fucked. And here's what they do is you have to break down every single person into this 9 box thing. And anybody in these red zones is 100% probably going to be fired or laid off. If you haven't seen this, you're lucky. But this is exactly how they break down every single person, how they're doing, all that stuff, and then upper management, some of the ones that come out of our industry and come in, they use this to decide who goes. So yeah, so this is one of the tools that they use. So if anytime your company says, okay, we're going to do a 9 box on all your people, 9 times out of 10, anybody you put down there in the red is going to get laid off or get removed. And yes, that is nasty, but that's how business is done. You have to remember, you're taking corporate business types and putting them into the game industry, and they're going to do things from a corporate business type way, which is not the best way for everybody, but it is how they choose to do it. And they have a right to do it because it's their company. Technically, they could walk in and say everybody get out, depending on what state you're in or what country you're in, there's different rules for that. But yeah, that is how it works. Sometimes it depends on your supervisor. Sometimes people above him do it, and he knows nothing about it. I've had people under me fired without my knowledge, and that was never fun. People aren't just potential risks. Well, true, but this is what they use it for. Reducing someone's career to a quantified. I 100% agree with you, Savvy. It's not the way it should be done. I'm just saying this is what it's done. Ask anybody that's seen this, and then within literally 3 to 6 months, layoffs happen. And it's been pretty consistent in our industry from what I've seen. We know that you are the top performer, but we are sending all of the production to Mexico. Pick up your shit and leave. Yeah. See, that's one thing why I like the UK and the EU's way of doing things is because when we were in Houston, we had to lay off people from the Berlin office. But the people in Berlin, the people in the UK, people in the EU, you can lay them off, but they still are employed by you for 3 months. So it's not like in the US where it's like, okay, we're laying you off. IT's boxing up your shit. They'll carry it out to your car for you. They'll meet you there. Layoffs in the US are you're out now today. And that's just brutal because you lose not just your income, you also lose your health care. You can lose all kinds of stuff, life insurance, everything. That's funny. Yeah, people are not reduced to that, but corporations do. That's how a lot of times they make decisions on who goes and who stays, whether it's fair or not. I've never seen one be fair or even want to be fair. It's just literally about getting the numbers down, both numbers of people as well as costs. And for every internal employee you not just have their salary, but you have to add 40% to the cost of just keeping them in-house, for all the different things that the company has to pay out for you to be in-house. Yeah, my time in the UK was amazing, and I like a lot of their hiring firing rules more than what we have here, because I there's been times when I've watched really good people literally be called to HR, walked out of the building, and people in the department pack up their stuff and literally walk out to the parking lot, say that, and then they lose everything. You know, they lose their income, they lose their medical, they lose life insurance, they lose any number of things. You know, it's really kind of bad. Whereas in the UK, there's a little bit more. UK and the EU, there's a little bit more understanding. Number one, a lot of them have free healthcare, so you don't have to worry about keeping a job you hate because you'll lose your healthcare. You know, but hopefully one day we'll fix that. We do have. Oh, you have. Oh, okay. You have unions there too. Yep. Well, never forget that when you hired somewhere, you're hired for your set of skills. The company will see you as a tool, yes, before it sees you as a person. A decent place will understand that people will have their own problems. Yes, you are 100% true. Another thing, and this is a harsh one to learn, and it's going to sound terrible, but I'm going to tell you. Also remember, HR is there to protect the company, not you. So I'm sorry to tell you that, but that is their job. Their job is to protect the company from lawsuits. It is, and you have to keep that in mind when you're talking to HR. Make sure you know what you're saying. Make sure you understand what the consequences are of it, but also know they're there for the company. They're not there for you. And I know that sucks. That one was a tough one for me to understand, and it's so bad. The one thing I do not like about Ohio, they fire you for anything. Oh yeah, there's a lot of states like that. There's a lot of places in the U.S. that I can fire you for tripping on the carpet. You know, so yeah, it sucks. Let me end this section here. Uh, I guess it didn't go. I said go. There you go. Let's go over to here. We're running way late now. Let me get the right Excel file. We're up and running. That should be the right size and should be all good. Yep. The best way to get HR on your side is to be on the side that isn't going to cost the company money. You know, or being able to point out situations that will cost the company money if they don't do something about it. Let's see. We are going to where are we at? Okay, raids. Okay, so let's see who gets taken off the list today. Oh, speaking of, Pirate Software gets out of quarantine today. Anybody else? Nope. Yeah, based on the way we do things, it's very rare that more than one person gets taken off the quarantine list. We come over here, we'll see who's online. Looks like we have a big bunch of people today. We'll see. All right, from the top, let's see. Insum is still in quarantine. Admiral or Annie is still in quarantine. Barrett Software is in quarantine. Sanctuary is not in quarantine. Good. There's one. S Fund is not in quarantine. Lana, I think she is out of quarantine. Pretty sure, yeah. Lana Lux. Ezekiel. Joe's in quarantine. Pretty sure. Yep, for another week. Furball Farm. Furball's in quarantine. Q Bunny. August bunnies. Oh, Bruce. No, Bruce is still in quarantine for 2 more days. Chimney. And oh, Chipmunks is not on right now. Weird. Please. Okay, so we have 8. So we'll do 4 and 4 on the voting. As an avid spreadsheet and enjoyer, I like that you have one for the race. Yeah, the thing is it's easier for me to keep track. So everything's automated, as you know, you can do with spreadsheets and stuff like that. So it just keeps it clear for me so that we can, it also, as you watch more of the show and stuff like that, I have spreadsheets for everything. And all of them are automated. Like even the one that builds my daily, all the things that I have to do in the show is put in a notepad at the beginning of every show so that I can work my way through them all and I don't miss anything, all the way down to the stuff that I do after the show as well. You light up my life. Very funny. Do I give you hope to carry on? Sundog? You light up my life. You give me hope to carry on. I believe that was was someone's daughter. Whose daughter was that? God, I forget now. I haven't heard the song in probably 30 years, but cool beans. All right, starting from the top, we're going to do 4 and 4 because we have 8 people. 8 people? Yeah, 8 people. Got that. We got August Bunnies. We got Isfad. And then Ezekiel. So here comes round 1 to you. Cool, cool. Let me mark these up so that we know that I have the right peoples already taken care of. Okay, awesome. Or is he burning you up? Huh. Oh man, this dude is my spade. Glad I can help. All right, right now we have 3 here. We have 0 there, 0 there, and 0 here. Oh, wait, nope, sorry, got off by 1. We only did, that's 3. That's 0 and 0. Now that's 1. One zero zero three. I need to go help Frigg and get some stuff done. Then I'll come back later tonight and do my homeworks. Six 6014. Okay. Take that off of there. Got about 20 seconds left. About 10 seconds left or less. Okay, 6410. Okay. Let's put the second one up and then we can get ready to raid. We'll get ready to raid round 2. Lux. Wait, did I get that right? Okay. Ezekiel, Lux, Bunny, and Please Lux. Please Mad. Here is round 2. And we will take the top 5, of course, and those will be the ones that we do the final vote on. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Come back up here, and we got 2, 2, 2, 1, 1. 2211. Okay, that's what it is. That is correct. Okay. Okay. What Ezekiel's already in round 1? No, he I only did 4 in round 1, not 5. So I took him out of round 1. Unless I screwed it up, which is highly possible, but I can't see it anymore. So if he was, then please disregard. Rolling at sea, adrift in water could be funny. Returning. I thought I took him out because he shouldn't have been in there. But the only votes you're seeing for him will be the ones in this one. So 5, let's see, 5 for Lana, 3 for Ezekiel, correct? And then 2 and 2. Okay, let's see who our top 5 are. Okay, top 1 will be Lux. Oh no, Sanctuary is top 1 with 6. Then Lux with 5. Then, let's see, only 2's down there. Okay. Then our 4 and 3. Four and 3, and then what are the 2's? Here's our 2's, bunnies and cleats. So we have a tie like that. We usually go here. Now, here's where we've run into a problem in the past, is that if there's a tie, we usually go to the numbers on the far right side here. Let me see if I can get them on screen. And these are previous votes that have been done in the rounds. But we have a rule that a live person supersedes a 24-hour stream. So Cleesmed would be the one that gets into the thing because that's a live person. So check out Neo. I love you all the way. Okay. All right, here we go for the final round. And this will decide who we are going to raid. We got through that pretty quick, so we're not too far off our schedule. I just talked too much on the. We'll add these to the actual previous votes so that everybody's numbers go up. And then we can delete all this, and whoever wins first place over here is the one that we will end up raiding. So we can delete all this. Because the final raid vote doesn't count for the previous votes. Okay. Okay. So So right now we have a tie going on between Lana and Ezekiel. Lana is ahead at 4 with Ezekiel at 3. Lana was a fun raid. I like that she was doing a lot of 3D work for the game that she's developing online as well. I thought that was a fun raid. And she seemed like a pretty nice person. Okay, let's see. 5 for Lana, 3 for Ezekiel, and 3 for Sanctuary. Time's almost up. Get those last second votes in. And Lana wins. So let's mark Lana off with today's date. 4.7.2025 is 7, right? Yeah, it's 7. So she will obviously go into quarantine starting tomorrow for our 14-day quarantine. And then we will be rating her today. So let's get some things in order here. Tomorrow will be the 8th. And we will go to our first screen. Oh, everything's kind of screwy right now. All right. Also, I noticed on Friday, apparently I put the countdown for Saturday, not Monday. Sorry about that. So I will see you guys in 18 hours, 56 minutes, and a handful of seconds. So thank you guys for hanging out today. I will see you all tomorrow, and I hope everybody has a great evening. Yeah. And let's build the raid. The raid is building. We're at 1, 12, 25, 36, 49, 62, 71, 75. We are 75 people. We're sending over to Lana. Let me get her stream open here before I hit the button. Yep, and then we will send you guys on your way. Thank you guys. I will talk to you tomorrow.